little bit of hypnosis stuff, neuro-linguistic programming, and a couple other things. And basically, what we're dealing with is an education system that slowly programs people to believe certain paradigms, and you are constantly getting reinforced that on a daily basis, hourly basis. Every time you go and look at advertisement, look at the TV, watch the news, it's all reinforcing the crap that you've learned. It's up to you to break that, take a step back, remove yourself from the equation, and have a look at what's going on. But anyways, that's my little spiel.
Yeah, exactly. If the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, how can you have then winds? Yeah, it's very easy to see.
What's this question? What other conspiracy theories are you interested in? Well, they're not conspiracy theories if they're coming real. But anyways, yeah, I know what you meant. But yeah, we don't normally talk about that stuff on here, so that's why I like it, because these guys are pretty staunch. If you haven't got measurements or anything to back up your claim, then you might as well have not said it in the first place.
Exactly, and they always conflict between measurements and calculations. Like the guy Elzut.
Yeah.
When I told him about the table, if you measure the table, you cannot debate the measurement. And then he goes.
Well, yes, you can.
Into mathematics. He mentions
Berserker?
mathematics. Mathematics is calculation. There is.
You can debate aspects of it, whether it's accurate or not, the validity of it, methodology of it. There's a whole heap of areas around the measurement you can debate, but the only way to really crush it is to provide your own measurement. So unless you've got something that contradicts my measurement, so say I've made a claim, my table is 6 foot across, and then you come along and say it's 6'5". The only way for us to now fix this problem is to measure it and confirm which one of us is right or wrong. And that's it.
And why can't they show us a live stream from the Artemis 2? Aren't we advanced enough? Isn't the science and isn't technology advanced enough so that they could stream it, looking back to the Earth?
They lost all that technology, mate, years ago. You know that.
Yeah.
They used to have a red phone that they could pick up and talk to people on the moon. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, that's Don Petit. Isn't he called Petit?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And the same guy said if we would not find a different kind of fuel material, we would never be able to leave a low Earth orbit. And he was talking about the problem of the tyranny of the rocket equation. Have you heard about the tyranny of the rocket equation?
No, not really. I haven't really got into that.
Which means the payload of a rocket cannot exceed 4.5%. Doesn't even reach 5%. That means 95% of the rocket
is fuel.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that's why they cannot leave. That NASA guy made a TED seminar, and he talked about it. And at the end, he said to the public who were watching him, if you would not find another kind of fuel, we would not be able to leave Earth. It doesn't make any sense. It's called the tyranny of the rocket equation.
Yeah, I understand the basics of it. It's just how much energy you require to get moving. And most of that energy comes from fuel. So to move X amount of weight, and they just do the calculation to work out how much energy they need to move that much weight. And then the problem gets there that because the fuel itself has weight, you need to carry more fuel to move the fuel that you've got. Yeah. And then you've got to look at the other side of it. How you're getting back.
Oh yeah, that's another problem.
Yeah, I get it. It's pretty basic to understand.
They are, yeah, sorry. They are reprogramming people that they would like to send people to Mars in a one-way ticket trip. Like
Now, Berserker, you're older than me. You're older than me by what? Just a couple of years.
Yeah.
In your lifetime, how many times have you heard doom and gloom stories? And then some kind of, hey, we're going to go to the moon, or hey, we're going to go here story. So
yeah, every 5 years, George Bush, Obama, all of them. They promised us to be on the moon. Yeah.
Yep. Going to the moon, going to Mars. There's always some really cool thing. I thought it was about every 11 years there was something that pumps everyone back up, some cool story that might happen. But about every, I think it's about 5 to 8 years, there's always some doom and gloom thing on it. Ozone layer, acid rain destroying the forests. There's all these doom and gloom stories that it's just this emotional roller coaster. Emotions go up, emotions go down. And it all seems to coincide with other world events. But yeah, I've noticed in my lifetime I've noticed it, and that's what I thought. In your time, you'd have a better basically data set of these things happening.
Yeah, I confirm it. You just said it. The ozone layer, the ozone hole. It was started by Margaret Thatcher. Oh, the ozone has a hole. We're gonna die because of the radiation. And then the global warming.
Global warming.
Since people notice it's getting colder, or the weather is playing crazy, okay, and then they change it into climate change.
Yeah.
They went.
Of course.
You have to notice the language. They changed from global warming into climate change. Yeah. Doom and gloom. Oh, the asteroid.
Yeah, there's normally some kind of mystical, magical event coming along, which never seems to pan out anyways. And when that fails, then they'll present something really cool. Oh, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, our next trip to Mars. And the crowd will cheer, yay! And they'll all feel good again for a couple of years, and they'll all go back to the grind because they think that they're doing their part. Oh, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah, and about the balloon and the Earth not rotating under it. So, according to that logic, then airplanes should not be able to arrive their destinations when they fly to the west because the Earth is rotating under them faster than the
No, all flights would be to the west because that's what we're turning, west to east, allegedly. So that means every single flight. So how's this? So for us to fly to New Zealand, so if I go from Sydney to Auckland, instead of flying east at over 1,000 miles an hour, so we can overtake the Earth's rotation, I fly west for 23 hours, or I hover west for 23 hours and then land.
Yeah. But they claim that there is no Coriolis under the plane, but Coriolis happens under a bullet. Why? So when a bullet leaves the Earth as a point of reference, then the Earth is rotating under the bullet. That's why they have to take into consideration Coriolis. And then they tell us that we don't need to take the Coriolis effect when the airplanes leaves Earth as a reference point.
Well, here's
Why?
something for you to think about. Coriolis does not affect hot air balloons. So if I take a rifle up into a hot air balloon and I take my shot, is it affected by Coriolis?
That's what I mean. It's affecting bullets, but not balloons and helicopters and airplanes. How does
And
that work?
and toilets. If you flush your shit out, it'll
And
apparently
toilets,
spin the
yeah.
wrong way. What is interesting, the world record long range shot, no ball-tard rotation was taken into consideration. And they've even got a letter from the guy explaining that it was not taken into consideration. Quite interesting, eh? Get all these people saying, oh, you've got to allow for Coriolis. Well, why is it the longest range shot ever done, it wasn't taken into consideration?
They would claim it. They would claim that Coriolis has been taken into account. They just do.
Everest, I don't know who's got it, whether it's DJ or someone else. I can't remember who had it, but they actually wrote to the guy that did the world record long shot, and he replied back. They asked him a few questions about it, and no, it wasn't taken into consideration. And the sad part is, if it was taken into consideration, he would have had to aim some ridiculous angle like 60 degrees off to one side to allow for the bullet to go straight and then the Earth to rotate into it. It would have been some crazy angle he would have had to shoot off at in order to line it up. So, yeah, there's no Earth rotation. I'm sorry.
Yeah. In the side chat, Everest is asking me, sorry, did you just say the Coriolis effect is not real? So he's challenging you. Maybe you can invite him to open his mic.
It's an apparent deflection. It is a thing, but Earth does not produce it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Earth is not moving and it's not rotating. That's the point. Yeah.
And
Oh, and the other
it's
day,
dependent on your frame of reference. As you see with the spinning disc picture there that Jimmy Will posted up.
yeah, Everest, that is what Matrix claimed, that Coriolis doesn't exist. Otherwise, the Earth would keep rotating under the balloon, and the balloon would disappear from your vision, but it continues standing over your head, rising up. It doesn't shift away.
Oh, this poor
When you
guy
take,
thinks he's going to prove Earth rotation. So number one, you're going to prove curvature. Number two, you're going to prove rotation. Best of luck to you, bro. Oh, video stop.
Did you watch the video posted by AI Overload in the side chat?
In the process of it. All I could think of was Pettit talking about the coffee machine when I might saying about the baristas on the moon. Ha! Moon coffee. Chugga, chugga, chugga.
Chugga, chugga, chugga. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Exactly.
Oh, shit. That's funny.
And suddenly they don't know if it's financially profitable to go to the moon. I remember them talking about helium-3 and how precious that is. And now suddenly they have to go there to know if it's profitable or not. They just keep changing the narrative. Haven't you heard about helium-3? Yeah, I think it's helium-3. Or no, wait a minute, helium-4 or helium-3. Let me Google it.
Helium-3, I think it was. Something like that.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, AI?
Did you like that clip?
Yeah, I like it. Creating the accessibility. What? Yeah, and moon baristas.
Yeah, but it's important. It's important. He was so the greater talk that he was having is that the whole Artemis missions are about a lunar-based economy going into the future, right? And so kids can look forward to getting jobs on the moon, maybe even take college courses. You know, like instead they could drop gender studies and do lunar studies.
Helium-3 studies.
But the important part was for the next generation to have heroes that have been to the moon to look up to. You know, kind of, sort of, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Because the other homies are dying pretty soon, if you know what I'm saying. They're
exactly.
getting up there. Are they like 90 years old by now?
Yeah, the last one is Buzz Aldrin. And he kept spilling the beans.
Yeah, that was just in his adult diaper.
Oh, and in the beginning, it's about creating the accessibility, acceptability of space. Like,
Well, yeah, yeah. So what was what was interesting is one of the things that they did on this mission, they made it very important, was to launch supposedly when they're going to be looking at the Earth as they're leaving during the night, so that they can take a long exposure to get stars in the shot with the Earth. Because that's been a big critique throughout the years. How come there's no pictures of the stars? How come there's not congruent testimony, which isn't even testimony, let's just say congruent anecdotes of the people that have been in space of what they actually see?
exactly. Yeah, and to the simple people, they claim that the exposure and the luminosity of the sun is the reason why they can see stars, why they cannot see
Right.
stars. To the simple people. But the same mainstream claims that light in the alleged space is not visible in the visible spectrum. That is the claim of the mainstream science. In the vacuum of space, or in the alleged vacuum of space, light is not visible in the visible spectrum.
What? Well, light is only visible if it's being received by something that can resolve it, right?
Exactly. Light is only visible when it's being reflected from a solid object. That is their own
Or
claim
well,
that
it
we
could
cannot see.
it could also be emitted. It doesn't have to just be reflected. It could be straight from the source.
It could also be emitted. But when they by themselves claim that there is a reason why they cannot see stars when they go too high into the vacuum of space and leave the
Oh no,
atmosphere of
that's because of
space.
the when you're looking in one direction. In order to resolve the stars, you have to have a very low or a very high ISO or shutter speed or whatever the heck.
No, that's
However,
why that
however, however, that excuse never flew with me because in space, they're saying, oh, the sun or the earth or the moon is drowning out the stars, right? Well, why can't they just pan the camera? So you're looking in the direction of something bright, like the sun, the moon, the earth, and then you just turn around and not look at it, and then all of a sudden you should be able to get pictures of the stars. Shouldn't be that complicated.
exactly. That's why I told you that that is their explanation to some people as they consider simple people, because they have another explanation when they talk to scientists. And the other explanation is that light is in the vacuum of space not visible unless it is being reflected from a solid body. And for example, you cannot see light unless you have dust in the air. I mean, I will post in the side chat a Google search, which confirms the claim of the mainstream science. There you go. You cannot see light in the vacuum of space because there is no atmosphere or matter to scatter photons into your eyes. Space is a near perfect vacuum. light only becomes visible when it strikes a solid object, reflection, or travels directly from a source, such as the sun, into your eyes. That is their claim. And that's why when they claim that we cannot see the stars, when we use high altitude balloons, or just like the other colleague of Neil Armstrong, not Buzz Aldrin, Colin, how was he called? Colin? Something Colin. When someone asked Neil Armstrong, did you see stars? Uh, the other guy told him, I don't remember ever seeing them. So they need a diffraction grade. That's why they need these golden glasses, which diffracts light. And that is the claim. And there is a guy who claimed that he found the ultimate catalog by NASA about the sun, almost 5,000 photos in it, 500 pages, 5,000 photos, not even one single photo from the sun from the alleged vacuum of space was found in that book in the visible spectrum. Only in infrared, ultraviolet, and all gamma, and all the other spectrums, but not invisible. And 9 months ago, I did a Google search and I got this answer. And a couple of days ago, I did the same research and I got the opposite answer. So the answer was 9 months ago that it is accurate, that NASA doesn't primary capture and release photos of the sun in visible light as seen by the human eye. And you can see this search term, the search phrase. So why that is important? Because and they claim that light is not visible in the vacuum space unless it reflects from a body or emanates from a light source like the sun, which must be a physical body. So if stars are not visible in the vacuum space, that would mean that they are only sources of light and not physical bodies. And the same thing would go for the sun if we use logical syllogism.
Man, what's up? Cardboard.
Can we please get a live stream from the Artemis 2 looking back to the Earth? Isn't technology advanced enough?
So I was told that there was supposed to be one like continuous, and then they're supposed to be tracking it with a telescope the whole way that they can too. But it was on some quorum where someone asked a question, and then they gave a link. Oh yeah, it's being tracked here. But the person asked, "Is it being tracked with like an optical telescope for the whole mission?" Now that of course is absurd because there's no telescope in existence that's big enough to see the Artemis or whatever the heck the Orion capsule at the size that it is. If it's that far away, the distance out to the moon wouldn't be resolvable.
Yeah, but still they can capture photos from nebulas and galaxies 100,000 light years away.
Well,
Right?
yeah, well, of course, because they just say they're bigger. That's the way to get out of it. It's the way to get out of everything. The
So,
evidence on the moon is too small, but the nebulas are so big.
and the relation between the size and the distance doesn't make any sense because the distance, the relation of the distance to the moon and to the galaxies is much, much greater than the relation of size. It doesn't make any sense. Bigger. Okay, I got it. You didn't mean that the telescope is bigger. Rather, the objects are bigger. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh man, bros. Oh man. So he said we're going to be in that little interview that I posted. He said we're going to be living on the moon in 10 years. Where have I heard that before?
Bro, I heard that before in 1980. I'm old enough to remember these fantasy stories.
So you know what they're trying to do is to knock out everything within this decade, basically. Supposedly China's trying to get back to the, or not get back, but supposedly China's trying to land people on the moon ahead of America. And so now there's a new space race between China and America.
Yeah, the same old story.
Oh, they do. They got to get there because if China gets there first, they're going to prove that America didn't land on the moon in the first place because they're going to show that there ain't no lunar lander or flag there. You know what I mean? So America got to get
Yeah,
there first to plant a flag that looks like the flag from the old videos to reverse fake it.
I got it.
Bro, I ain't
Yeah,
kidding. That's a plot. There's a movie. It's a kids movie, animated. That's exactly that plot, bro. But instead of China, it's a supervillain, and he just wants to get to the moon ahead of the return mission so that he can remove the American icon, like the flag and stuff, and then the world will hate America. Which honestly, in this decade, that'd be a pretty interesting piece of drama, wouldn't it? You know, a lot of people don't like America right now. They're like, "Oh, you guys never went to the moon in the first place, you bunch of lying, dirty rats."
yeah, that makes sense.
But of course, they won't believe that America never went to the moon because you show them a whole bunch of inconsistencies with the original mission and a whole bunch of fake footage and proof with parallax that they were filming a lot of it in a movie set. But they will believe if China fakes going to the moon and shows a fake area without any flag in it.
Yeah, that's good one. When the
Yes,
communists do
yes,
it, it's real. When the communists do it, it's real.
yeah. So like Trump will be like, so the Chinese, they said there's no flag on the moon, but that's because they faked their mission. We really went there. We didn't fake our mission. Our mission real. Their mission fake news.
Yeah.
This is the part of the job where I got to clean up all the tools I took out. Holy crap! It's so annoying. I should just hire Mexicans and pay them half of what I charge the customer, and then just kick my feet up, and do nothing. If you know what I mean.
Capitalist.
Well, dude, around here, you can, especially when you go over to New York, you can just drive up to a Home Depot and there's like different light poles, different, like a parking lot will have light poles and then it might have a green area that you have to drive around to get to this other area. And so, like, they're different sections and different groups of dudes hang out. Like over here is the Mexicans that can do roofing. Over here is the Mexicans that can lay tile. So like you pull up and you're like, "Hey man,
Yeah.
which one of you is the group that lays tile?" They'll be like, "Oh, those guys over there." All right. And then you go over there and you say, "Hey, you guys want to work?" I've never hired them. I do everything by myself, pretty much.
Yeah, we have the same thing where people stand in front of the big stores for construction tools. And yeah, constructors could come and take them to work, and they would be working, without paying taxes, like unofficially or black work or under the table, or what do you call it? We have it here too.
South and north, north, south, south. Oh man, I'm so almost done. I'm so almost done. Dude, when I'm done, I'm gonna go get a ghetto Big Mac. Zerker, you like the Big Mac?
Oh, I love Big Mac.
So what I do
I
is I
used to love.
order the two for deal. I order the 2 for burger deal, and then I tell them to put extra pickles and then add the Mac sauce from the Big Mac, and then it just tastes like the Big Mac. That way I don't have to pay
Oh,
for the Big
really?
Mac.
I
Oh
used
yeah.
to. I used to love Big Mac. I only ate Big Mac, but then because of the conspirators, they kept telling me that crazy stuff is in the McDonald's food, and I cannot.
Just read the sign, bro. Serving millions daily.
Yeah, that's why I stopped eating it. But I was
What are you trying to
replying, and
say?
I
You
only
trying to
ate
say that it's Soylent? You trying to say that it's Soylent Pink?
exactly.
You
They convinced me, bro, and I cannot eat
Oh
them.
no, no, there couldn't possibly be like that. That's too large of a conspiracy. Why would they lie?
Yeah, why why
Oh
why would they
yeah.
do it? The
Why would
government
they?
would
That's
never do
right.
something like that. The government would never do something like that.
When I was younger, Berserker, I used to eat a fair bit of Macca's. Loved eating it. Had no problem with it until I had a run in with one of the McDonald's on the main highway going between Sydney and Newcastle. I was in a major hurry in the truck, ran in, grabbed a feed. Took them nearly 15 minutes to get it sorted out. Finally got hold of it. Went out to the truck, took a bite in. It was rock hard, stale. Went back inside, and you know that on The Simpsons, that guy with the broken voice. How's it going, sir? How can I help you? That's the one that served me when I went back in, and I nearly just laughed at that. This kid asked me what the problem is. I put these 2 things on the table in front of him. Take a bite out of it. Oh, we're not allowed to do that. I could probably push it down your throat if you like. Grab hold of it and break it in half then. He tried to break it in half and he couldn't break it in half. He looked at it and went, He turns to the cabinet where all these things were stored, takes one out, tries to break it in half, couldn't do it. Next thing, these little drawers are getting opened and he's just chucking all this shit on the ground. And it was the baguettes, T-Dub. Remember when they had those little baguettes, the chicken strip baguette things, years ago? And he was opening these little drawers and just chucking these chicken things on the ground so that they could clean them up. They were all stale. He ripped them apart and just went, I'll have to give you your money back. And it took him that long to go through the bullshit to give me my money back.
Bro,
now remember,
he forgot, man.
In a hurry. All I wanted was to get home.
He forgot, dude. You're supposed
I went back
to boil them.
I don't care how they cook
boil them in formaldehyde. You're supposed to boil them in formaldehyde for 3 minutes, and then you put them in water for 20 minutes so they can get plump. To be the width of 7 credit cards.
All right.
Max, you remember that time we actually measured? So
yes.
I went and I bought the burger and we measured it, and it was thinner. My wallet, which only holds 3 credit cards, was thicker than the burger.
I remember that. Wow.
Yeah, it's a metal wallet, so obviously it has a layer of metal, and then it only holds 3 credit cards max. That's all you can fit in there, and that the burger was thinner than it was hilarious.
So, anyways, by the time I got back out of the truck, my chips had gone cold. My thick shake had half gone, just turned back to whatever it is. I don't even know what that stuff is. So as I'm driving past the wall, chips out the door, threw it at the wall, thick shake at the wall, and it ran down the wall, and I kept driving. So yeah, I wasn't overly impressed. And that was back in probably 2006, 2007, and I've eaten McDonald's probably 4 times since then. So yeah, me and Macca's not good friends.
Yeah, I haven't eaten McDonald's since I was convinced by fellow flat earthers. Yeah.
2 of those times was over in the United States. They had a what was it? A jalapeno cheeseburger, and they're pretty tasty. Like, they had a little bit of fire to them. So yeah, I went back and got a second lot of those and stuffed my head with them, and they were pretty good. So, and the other 2 times I didn't pay for it. So yeah, can't really.
You know what's good is you take a cinnamon roll with the icing, then you sprinkle a little salt on it, then you sprinkle a little crushed red pepper, then you stick it in the microwave. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh it's so good.
Now, I was just reading in side chat. I'm pretty sure I read something stupid. Where is that? Here we go. Light follows a curved path through the atmosphere. That's what refraction is. If light reflected off the oil rigs reaches the camera, CCD, via some curved path, you see it. That's why some days you can, some days you can't. The oil rigs sit right on that short range boundary where sometimes they are all the way in view. Same with Chicago. Oh dear.
Coping cards.
Light follows a curved path.
He said that.
Rolling my boulder.
Oh, wait a minute. Light follows a curved path, and the rays of sun came parallel in straight lines when Aristotle did the
Well,
measurement.
I didn't want to
Which
suggest
one
such a thing, Berserker.
Which one is it?
Oh, wow.
And if light curves around the globe, then we would not have night, and I would be able to see the back of my head. Come on.
Yeah, it must be drinking time over in the States. That's why Roland's in the side chat. Because that's how he seems to operate. Gets a gustful of Dutch courage and then he'll jump. And then he'll start making these far out claims and someone will call him out to back him up and then he'll have a meltdown. How we don't know what we're talking about, and then we kick him out for another couple of days.
Okay, why can't light follow a curved path if the Earth is flat?
Well, there's nothing stopping it. It's not the shape of the ground that dictates how light travels.
It could.
Right. His claim is that it's the air that's causing the differential path. Last I checked, flat Earth has air.
Is it
So what's
because
his
of the
point?
curved surface and therefore the curved air? The light is traveling through the curved air because the curved air is following the curved surface.
Why can't a flat Earth have curved air?
Because it doesn't have a curved surface.
Yeah, but the
I'm
air isn't
pointing
the
out the
surface.
curved surface is the thing that's making the curved air. If it doesn't have curved air because of the
Oh,
curved surface.
well, maybe.
That's
There's
yeah, but
another
that's
step.
only with that argument. That's only with that argument that they say that the light is the curve of the Earth. It's not 100% answering this question.
Yeah, but even if he said something like that, he'd have to demonstrate how a curved object makes the air curved. So he'd need an extra
Yeah,
step, wouldn't he?
yeah, of course. Oh, yeah,
Which would
definitely
be
gonna need
what?
measurement of the surface.
No, the extra step. We're giving him that he has a curved surface. We're giving him that he has curved air, but we're not giving him that the curved surface is the cause of the curved air. He'd have
That's
to
the short.
demonstrate some kind of causal link there,
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
which of course would be what? Curved gravity, right? Curved gravity.
Of course, yeah.
So if I take a curved lens on a curved Earth with curved air and curved gravity, then the Earth isn't flat because it looks so flat because it's so big.
The laser's already curved, so if you put a curved laser through curved air, does that mean it bends down further? Where's Jesse when you want him?
Dude, you guys remember Unreal Tournament?
Oh, yeah.
Do you
God, I
remember
love
that
game.
in Unreal Tournament, there's a laser that actually curves and tracks the enemy? That's what I think about when I listen to these dudes. Like they got the Unreal laser, bro.
I love how after a while you're back rolling into a corner, and then he'll act dumb, and then just ask some totally non-related question. Always ultra vague when he answers, never answers directly.
Girls, I'm on a diet. I'm only allowed to eat wheatgrass and fruit.
So which category
And
did Big Macs fall
processed.
under?
Yeah, I'm only allowed to eat processed grass, wheat, and fruit. Here, I'll show you what I got.
Scrolls. Mm-hmm.
It's full of sugar.
Dude, that's wheat. Dude, that is wheat, grass, and fruit, bro.
Exactly. And in addition to the sugar which is on the wheat itself, like even bread, turns into sugar. Turns into sugar in the body.
Dude, I'm
Luke,
about to pop it in the toaster up in Holmes. See what happens to it. Oh yeah.
Lukey Coolhand. I don't know if you're trying to communicate or if you're just using your phone as a football. Yeah, are you trying to talk or?
Using your phone as a football? Yeah, that'd be a typical Glober, right? Trying to treat something that's flat like it's round. But that might not be fair. Lukey might actually be a flat earther, so I don't know. I shouldn't say that.
So now Roland's going to back out. I think we've reached the end of how far a qualitative argument can take either of us now. So that's him conceding that he's got nothing.
What do
Now
you
we
say?
have
Qualitative?
qualitative argument can take either of us now. We have to get out the maths and make both our arguments quantitative and testable.
What the heck, bro?
He wrote it. I was just the poor bugger trying to read it.
I'd settle for him making an argument at all. Because all I heard was a claim.
That's him backing out of his claim. That's Roland. Yeah, that's how he does it.
Who just has a pepper shaker and not a salt shaker? Come on now.
Say that again.
Lukey, what's up, bro? Your mic is open, and it's boring. I can't even hear whether you're eating a piece of pizza or a sandwich. I gotta take a break and eat some of these flour-based sugar receptacles.
I just put on half a kilo looking at those.
Dude, this is called an adventure set because one of them is gluten-free and tastes horrible. So it's random which one you're gonna get.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Can't remember which one it is, so it means I'm gonna have to taste it. Oh my goodness.
Amazing. We asked Roland to drop his measurements and no comment. What's wrong, Roland? Where are you, mate? You can't call the person that served it a fruit and have that count.
One of those super high calorie MREs. Oh, pretty good.
Oh, DJ, that bar E-Prem is a politics debate, bro.
They did a test on involuntary blood flow to the nether regions in males and females based on scents. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, the number one thing for males was fresh baked cinnamon rolls or, something along those lines.
Really? I like cinnamon scrolls. They're yummy.
And we are one of the highest ones, if not the highest ones for women, was the black anise spice. Similar to it's either, I think it is what black licorice is based on.
Yep. Aniseed rings, black jelly beans.
President's physical fitness standards get reinstituted. You remember those in school? I know they canceled them a while back.
When I was in primary school, they used to get us to walk across balance beams and do like little fitness stuff. That got canned probably year 3, I think. So anyone that's older than me may have a different. All schools are different though, but I will grant that. But I haven't seen anything like that since primary school.
I remember when I was in high school, we had to do the test. We had to pass. We had to get like certain passing scale on the president's physical fitness test in order to pass PE, and we had to pass PE to graduate.
Well, for us doing PE, or it was PD, PE, personal development, basically you just had to turn up.
Dude, even the fat chicks did PE. Ain't nobody complained. Everybody just showed up and did it.
Yes, they knew they had to. For us, if you didn't want to participate in any of the sports going on, whether it be like softball or cricket or footy or whatever it was, they just go and sit over at the side and there was no problem. As long as they weren't causing trouble, it was if you don't want to play, go and sit to the side, go and talk. We don't care. Just don't disrupt those that do want to get in and have a go.
I complain a lot because I had to, do some sports at school. Now I regret. I shouldn't have complained. Now I'm fat.
Well, fat is a largely reversible condition. There's still hope, my bro.
It would have been better if I wouldn't complain and just do those, physical culture. How do you call it in the USA? In my country, we call it like physical culture lesson, physical culture class, physical culture, physical like
Yeah,
physique.
physical education. That's what we call it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that was great. It was actually one of the greatest opportunities school had presented to us fat asses who were sitting on the computer all days. Don't appreciate until you miss it. I mean, health.
Well, part of the problem with the Western system is that they keep mediating public schools to favor girls because it's a what do they call it, co-ed. The girls and the boys have to do everything equally. Girls are biologically different than boys. That's impossible, and so boys suffer.
Weaker, smaller. Stuff.
Well, they also learn differently. Like the way they interact with the academic setting, it's much more successful for girls than it is for boys. Boys need more multiple modalities of learning, especially physical learning, kinesthetic.
There's an interesting point of view on that. The girls are medium on everything. They can just be medium, you know. But the guys are they're in the spectrum of being extremely dumb or extremely weak to extremely smart, extremely strong, something like that. The girls, on in average,
Right.
are medium. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but it sounds kind of reasonable because girls at my school, they were there was no like girls who were completely dumb in most of the studies or math, geography, whatever. But on the other side, there wasn't a girl who was extremely smart or extremely successful or going some competition, win a medal in physics, math, or whatever. So the girls were like average in everything because they followed the rules, they followed the program, they did this exactly what they told to do. Like they are obedient in that kind of stuff. I don't know how it works actually.
Also, they also turn their homework in on time. That's a big reason why they do
Yeah, one of
better
the reasons.
grades.
I just ignored the shit I'm not interested in. Just that the I just did the bar, just nothing more, nothing less. Just
And guess what, brother?
cannot make me do more than I want to.
That study you're referring to, where they tested intelligence and got the bell curve. Do you know what age group they studied for that particular test? It was boys going, I think it was between 12 and 15, and girls, basically girls develop faster. And so during the
Well, is
same
that
age group, girls actually have a
is
developmental advantage. And so what they do is they test boys and girls when girls have the developmental advantage, and then they
wait,
use that as
that
their published data. And then what happens is the boys and girls grow up, and the boys surpass the girls, but they don't want that to be getting out there, so they have to skew the data in a limited window.
but 12 to 15 is the worst like time. It's like puberty, no? When hormones is
Exactly.
like shaking. Yeah.
Right. Girls have a developmental advantage during that time because boys have the way that boys' minds work and their bodies and stuff. It takes them a little bit longer to catch up, but once they catch up, and then if you test them again, they just blow girls out of the water.
No, that makes sense. They tested boys when they are at the weakest point of their life, when they want to fuck everything and jerk all day long. I mean, obviously they don't think about the study. I mean, I didn't.
Is that some sort of confession on what you actually did?
So, yeah,
Yes, Padre.
yeah,
Personal experience.
we should have taken up a sport.
No, obviously when
You
you're at the
did
puberty,
rowing or pulling or something.
Pole
when you're
vaulting.
at your puberty, you don't think about the study. You think about girls. You think about porn. You think about video games. You like 12 to 15. No, 12 to 17 was the worst time, probably.
But yeah, but it's
7.
confounded by the fact that you're in an environment which is not conducive to your gender development as a male. So academia is not how males are supposed to. Males aren't supposed to be sitting in a chair listening to a teacher and writing on a piece of paper for the majority of their life.
It's also a good point.
Well, have you seen the IQ bell curves? The women's is squished. It's kind of like a spike. So you were saying is that, there wasn't any women that were bad at anything. Yeah, that's right, because they're average. Women are
Yeah,
very
that's one
average.
point. Like they were
They're
in the
not
middle.
they're not super dumb and they're not super smart. They're just average. So when you meet a very smart woman, that means she's super above average woman. If her IQ is like 120, that's like meeting an 160 IQ man or something. You know what I mean? Because their distribution is different than the male distribution. That means they're like as a statistical outlier for their group. A girl with 120 IQ is freaking fucking genius, basically.
Hey, they give women with 113 IQs PhDs, so
Yeah, no doubt. Ugh. But on the male side, we have some of the dumbest motherfuckers. Thank God they die very young, so I mean, you don't have to worry about them for very long.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, that's a contradictory statement. I see many dumb fucks live till 80 or 90 years. I mean, like extremely old.
Now,
The
who's more
smart people
intelligent?
usually die young.
Someone that goes to university for 8 to 10 years, racks up $250,000 in debt, and becomes a doctor, or a guy that learns a trade out of high school and starts working right away and accumulates no debt? Who's smarter?
Well, yeah, who's dumb then?
Everybody will think the doctor's the smart one. No, he's the fucking idiot. Have you ever seen the life expectancy of
partially-
doctors? Life expectancy of doctors is something like 57 years old.
yeah, dentists are not very high either.
Well, I don't really understand this problem because I'm not from the USA. We have like free higher education, and in Europe they also have free higher education because it's really retarded that you have to pay like more than you can afford, more than you can earn in few years. So you have to pay for studying, and then
Oh, it
to
makes
live in them.
sense. Oh, it makes perfect sense. So you become a wage slave.
Squeeze you up?
Yeah, so you become a wage slave. It makes sense. You just have to
That's
think.
that's
You have
really
to think
like
like
a slavery. More than-
you have to think like an evil person, and then it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Harvard's tuition over the last 50 years has gone up higher than it's like double the rate of inflation. But the Harvard grads don't really earn that much more money than, say, Yale or any other Ivy League schools. But
You
people
guys
still
should
keep going to
think about
Harvard.
migrating to Europe, yeah, like just for study, just for finishing college, because there's like plenty opportunities in like Poland, Czech, Germany, France that are like free education. You just have to pay for your accommodation and to have some money on your bank account to support yourself. That's all. I mean, why like suffering so much in the US? I mean, in case of study.
Because it's about a control.
No.
Because they
No,
get the
no.
kids when they're young. They tell them, if you don't get a university degree, you're going to be poor. You're going to be broke. You're not going to have a good life. And they're stuck in that system. When it's actually not true, they could actually just like learn a trade. And I mean, there's plumbers make $200K a year.
Or like I said, if you want a degree, you can have a degree in Germany, for example. I mean,
Do a lot of
Let's
people?
see.
That's the other thing that they push so many people into getting degrees, that the student body is dumbed down, right? So now you have a larger pool of people. You've incorporated more dumb people into the university structure. It used to be that universities were for academics, people
Yep.
that were actually wanted to learn things and actually enjoyed learning things. Not they're just learning something as basically an apprenticeship to get a job somewhere. That's the wrong reason to learn something. You'll never actually learn anything. That's why there's so many people with degrees that are just freaking dumb as rocks. They crammed,
Liberal
they
arts
took the
studies
test.
or something like that.
Well, I mean, they crammed to take the test or pass something, and then it's instantly out of their memory, right? They don't. It's not like they actually learned it. They only learned how to get the right answers on the test.
It's very superficial learning.
Called rote
But there's
memorization.
another side of higher education. It's like you getting to meet some people that could be not dumb, and that's kind of a good thing.
Yeah,
Like
but those people that
socializing.
actually learn are self-motivated. They would, like, regardless of the system, they would be academics anyway. If there was no academic system, they would be in the library reading books, right? They're just into that. That's what they want to do. You know what I mean? Just like someone that is into sports plays sports. People follow their
Exactly.
interests, but when it comes to like making a living and you have to survive, people getting out of high school in America are told that the only way they're going to make a good living and survive is to go into academia and get an education, which is it's number one, it's not true, and B, some people are not cut out for that, dude. They're just not cut out for a corporate environment. They're not cut out for pencil pushing. They're not cut out for paperwork. They should be just digging a ditch somewhere or working in a factory somewhere. There's no shame in any of that. But you should do what you're good at. You shouldn't do what force yourself just for money to do something you're not good at.
The white collar earn less than the guy who know how to plumbing or doing like those labor that requires some specific technical capabilities, like I don't know, construction and stuff. My friend is working in construction. He earns a lot more than me. Though he
Yeah,
works his ass to the bone, but still he earns a lot.
yeah, that's how it's been for a while. But that's not what they say. Like I've looked at like the average income of a high school of a college graduate, someone that graduates with a bachelor's. It's less than someone that's been working in a trade for the same period of time. They're making more money, right? So then I only know the past numbers. Inflation has screwed everything up after COVID, but it was like pre-net 2019. It was like the average salary of somebody getting out with a bachelor's was about 27,000. But if you'd been working in a trade for that same period of time that you'd been going to school, you'd be making 32,000. You'd be making more money, and you wouldn't have racked up a huge debt, right? So, and by the time another 5 years goes by, now you have 10 years in. If you're like, we have trades like electrician, plumber. After 10 years, you're a journeyman. You make a lot more money, right? Now you don't need a master plumber, electrician to sign up on your work. You can work on your own, start your own company. It's
Right.
journeyman might be 5 years. Is it 5 or 10?
4 to 6.
4 to 6. It's a certain number of
Yeah.
hours, right?
And you can always be just a
Yeah.
handyman when you just need to earn some money. You don't need to be a taxi driver or whatever. You just can be a handyman. The people know you know shit. You know how to change electricity. You know how to fix things, and you
Well, in
always
America, you
be
can't do
in
that.
business.
You can't work on
Oh,
electricity or
really?
plumbing unless you're the homeowner.
Fuck. That sucks.
But that's for like a residential. I think for commercial buildings, you can
Yeah,
have a general contractor license or something, some sort of, because they can do some plumbing and electrical, simple stuff like change a faucet, change the gasket on the toilet, but like any type of modification of the plumbing or modification of electricity, they have
yeah,
to call a professional.
That's
yeah.
kind of sucks because
It's
when
very
something breaks out in my house, I just called my neighbor. He's an old guy. He knows everything, and he just
Yeah, I didn't say
comes
people
and pays
follow the
the
rules,
money.
dude. I'm just talking legally.
Rules are retarded.
Uh, rules are for little people, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, here they want you to get permits to do electrical changes and all that stuff, and it's like, well, we never had this 50 years ago. Why did they change the rules now?
Hey, dude, Indio, in the one company that I worked with, they did foreclosures for a bank, and basically how they skirted all of this, including the rules that banks aren't allowed to profit in certain ways. What they did is they sold the house to the contractor with a first right of refusal back to the bank once the work was done. So basically, the contractor was the homeowner while he was doing the work.
Wow. That's slick. Till the house burns down.
No, man, we did everything good. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. That's what everybody says.
Yeah, and nowadays they want you to put AFCI breakers in your electrical panel now, which only costs like 3 times as much as standard breakers.
I mean, house electrical fires almost never happen.
You had to do something wrong to make an electrical fire.
You can still do something wrong and still not have an electrical fire. You can fuck up pretty bad.
Yeah, I
Look,
saw a picture.
I live in a house that was built in 1870, and some of they were supposed to take them out, but there's some walls that still have the old. It's not grounded, nothing. It's the frickin'
A knob
I
and
don't even
tube.
know. It's on. It's like can't tell which one's which, man. It's brown and brown, man. There's no white. There's no hot and cold. It's just really old wiring, man. They didn't distinguish between what was what. It's probably
I've
wired
seen
like in
buildings.
1820 or something.
I've seen buildings with still old knob and tube stuff,
Dude,
remnants of that.
this house still has the gas lighting pipes, man, sticking out of the wall.
Yeah, that's not a fire hazard.
I pulled most of them. Well, they're not hooked up to the gas anymore, but the pipe is still there where the fixture would have been.
Yeah.
Like I said, I pulled most of them. But this electrical, like, it's 100% wired wrong or wired unsafely. Nothing's burnt down. I mean, it's pretty 120 volt, man. It's pretty hard to light shit on fire.
Yeah, I saw something recently on Reddit, the electrical forum, where someone needed get power to their garage door opener, so they just wrapped the wires around the existing naked wires of a lamp holder, and it worked for 40 years. No fires.
Wow. Yeah, as long as you don't have something that's like because if you have breakers, as long as you don't have like jump the breaker, because I remember when I was a kid when they had the breakers that screwed in and unscrewed. Remember those?
Yeah, the fuses, screw-in
Yeah,
fuses.
when you didn't have a fuse, someone would stick a fucking penny in there.
That's serious.
Yeah, well, it's the middle of the night. The store's not open. They would just stick a penny in there and be like, "Yeah, I'll get it in the morning."
And then
Because the
forget about
fuse
it.
would just blow. They wouldn't blow for any like particular reason.
Hello,
Hey, Fanta.
how are you all doing?
I don't know about those guys. I'm doing good.
Oh, that's great. Actually, my name is Fanda. I am from Gambia. What about you?
Have I talked to you before? Don't you live near the coast? Weren't we
No,
talking
no,
about
no. I don't.
mosquitoes?
No. I don't talk to you. I never talk to you. Today is the first time.
Oh, okay. Let me see what
Yeah.
Gambia.
So, what's your name?
Indio. I'm not telling you my real name, dude. What the hell's wrong with you? What's
Oh,
your real
okay.
name? What's your social security number? Where do you live?
I live in Gambia.
Yeah, I want like your address, man.
Then you should say so that you're a Gambian prince. We should give you our security number to you, right? Just kidding. Just kidding. It's
No,
just
I
fun.
definitely didn't talk to you. The person I talked to was from
Okay. No.
hold on, I'm trying to look see where he was from. He was
I am from.
from
And what country?
It's a
Ghana, where he
Gambia,
was from.
West
Ghana.
Africa. Gambia.
Yeah, Gambia. Can you see Cape Verde from Gambia?
What?
Can you see Cape Verde? It's an island in the Atlantic. Can you see it from Gambia?
No. I don't have. We don't have those kind of things.
You're not by the ocean?
No, I don't know.
The Gambian River? Do you live near that?
No, Gambia doesn't have a rebel. It's a
I'm looking
Senegal.
at the fucking map right now. You're telling me there's no river Gambia in Africa, man. I'm looking at the map. Yes, there is.
Listen, Gambia is not having rebels. It's Senegal. We have rebels. We are the same border with Senegal. Gambia is a small
Yeah.
country, West Africa.
I'm looking at a map right now. It's connected to the ocean, right?
Like
The
what?
Atlantic Ocean.
What do you mean?
So hold on, I'm trying to find a place. What is it? Basra? Bara is in Gambia?
Bara, yeah, it's in Gambia.
Yeah, it's on the ocean. You know what the ocean is?
It's a river.
Well, it's on both. I can see it's connected to the fucking ocean. Never mind, bro. I don't think you're English.
Dude, we ain't even got water, bro. Bro, we don't even have water in Gambia, bro.
Yeah, no, sometimes it's
Why does it
difficult.
say the Gambia? That's weird. Why are you called the Gambia? Why not just Gambia?
It's Gambia.
Gambia. So what's good in
Yeah.
Gambia? What's your favorite food?
Oh, your favorite food, fried rice.
That was not the answer I was expecting. Fried
Do
fucking
you know
rice.
fried rice?
That's what they eat in China, man. What the fucking what's going on? I feel like I'm going crazy right now.
Oh,
So you
bro,
eat fried rice in Gambia?
Yeah, some, but not always. Sometimes we go to 2 days without having food,
Wow. That really? So
Yeah.
you're not fat, right? You're skinny?
No, it's not like we always have food in Gambia here. Sometimes it's 2 days or 1 day we don't have nothing to eat with our siblings here. So it's so
Why?
crazy for us.
Why? Why do you go a day or 2 days without food?
Actually, we work hard, Sometimes we go to
I'm not
forest
saying you don't, dude. Don't be defensive. I'm just asking why. I'm curious. I don't know why.
because
You
we don't
tell
have
me.
we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing because since we lost our parents, I cannot take care of those siblings,
Can't you grow stuff? Do you
Yeah.
farm? Garden?
No, we don't have those money, to buy the seeds, So
You shitting me?
yeah,
You don't have money to buy seeds?
yeah, to grow, to be a farmer, and yeah,
How
to
much do
start working
seeds
hard.
cost? Jesus Christ, dude. There should be seeds everywhere.
Gotta buy them from Monsanto.
Oh, come on, dude. You trying to kill him? I mean, that's a tough choice. Do I eat the glyphosate corn, the glyphosate, whatever they call it, corn, or do I starve to death? That's a tough choice.
Yeah,
Glyphosate.
actually, we are in very
So,
poor.
do you get? Does the UN have a relief program? The United Nations? Do they give you
What
guys
you mean?
food? United Nations
US?
food. Yeah, they give you guys food. I'm kind of mad that you guys don't have seeds. Seeds are not expensive.
Oh, but
Well, at least they're not
brother,
expensive here, man. I want to send you a bag of seeds. I mean, that's crazy.
it's crazy, If we we
What
don't
about
have nothing to
potatoes,
buy.
man?
No,
Why don't
we
you grow
don't have those.
potatoes?
Nothing. We don't have nothing right now.
You know, you can take one potato and you cut it in half, and now you have 2 potato plants that'll grow, 20 potatoes.
No. We don't have. I don't have the money to buy those seeds, So that's the
It's
big
not a
problem.
seed, the plant. It's the potato itself. When you cut it in half, it will grow a new plant. You don't need a seed. The potato's the
Oh,
seed, basically.
actually,
That's
I
what
never
a
know
long
that.
time ago in America, when people were, and in Ireland, when people were like hungry and starving, they would just plant potatoes because they grow so easy. I mean, maybe they don't
Yeah,
grow in Africa. I don't know.
I- we need. So actually, we really need you guys. We really need your support. Maybe to have some food. Any little food.
Well, if you're starving, how are you on the internet?
What?
How are you on the internet? How do you have internet but no food? I don't understand that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
bro,
don't.
if you want, you can
I
search
don't
in
know.
our. If you want, you can search in Google here. Our government, they give us a free Wi-Fi because they cannot even afford to help our citizens. So they give us internet, every village,
But
you
no food.
understand? Yeah,
Oh, dude, no, that
because
makes perfect
They're
sense,
like eat
bro.
5 gigahertz and be happy.
No, it's like, hey, you got no food, but watch this YouTube, silly cat.
yeah,
No, watch this other person. Watch this person in America. Watch freaking AI fucking post food in the side chat.
Mukbang.
Dude, I'm posting that again to make this dude mad.
what you mean?
I'm gonna post you AI snack that he had this morning.
I just had it 5 minutes ago.
Isn't it
What you
morning?
mean? What you mean?
Not yet.
Look in the side chat. That's what AI Overlord had. He was freaking pegging out.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you look in the side chat.
The Snapchat?
Side chat. The side text chat. Not Snapchat. How do you know about Snapchat? You
Yeah, bro, this
starving
is
to
only the
death. You
first.
go days without eating. He knows about Snapchat, the internet, fucking. You got an OnlyFans account too?
Are
Yeah,
we
this is
are
only
we,
the
are we
first
not
date,
a
bro.
human being? Are we not a human being?
Dude, just start a gay OnlyFans.
Hey,
And
Dio.
Are we not a human being?
who said hey, Indio? Who was it?
Me.
What's up, me? When did you
Oh,
change your name to?
I don't know.
I guess I'll just call you me. So what's up, Mimi? This guy, he said he goes days without eating food, but he eats internet or something.
Wasn't that funny?
Yeah, I just don't get it. How you can afford internet, but you're starving to death. I don't understand. It's hard for me to
Yeah, dude,
comprehend.
he said the government gives internet away for free because they don't have any food, so they want to distract you, keep you entertained. So instead of bread and circuses, it's just circuses.
Dude, I eat my phone. What if you're starving to death? There's like a picture of food on your phone. You're gonna start eating your phone.
What?
Dude, actual starving people go mental for food. Okay, you're not gonna just sit there and be like, "I'm using the internet and I'm starving to death."
Listen,
You're
if
trying
you
to
wanna
scam
help,
us, Gambian Prince.
actually, if you wanna help, you can help,
I
but
want to help
actually,
people that need help. I don't want to help scammers.
there is no one in scammers here, because I am hungry. That's why I try to ask you guys, but you never know me, I never. Today is
Okay.
the first time I came here, so we have to respect each other here, So how
No, we
can you
don't.
call me
No, we do not have to respect each other.
Okay, no problem.
But listen, it's hard for me to believe you have internet but no food. That doesn't make sense.
Because I explain everything to you.
Yeah, you said the government gives away the internet. Well, you need to take over your goddamn government if they're giving away internet and not food. They should be giving
Listen,
away food. Food is more important than the internet.
listen. Anything I tell you, if you want, you can go and search into the Googles, and they will explain everything about our country. You know what I mean? Because Gambia is the smallest country and it's the poorest country, So all the governments, they can take care only their families. Because even the governments, they borrow money from Americans, and they are those pay. They don't have anything to pay those kind of money. How can they help our citizens? They are borrowing money from
They're giving
white
you
people.
internet.
They are
You think the
borrowing
internet's
money.
free?
Oh, well, hold on, brother. They're definitely not borrowing it, as far as I know. Pretty sure America just gives away foreign aid. It's not a bar. It's not. You don't have to pay it back.
No,
So if
the
your
Americans.
government's telling you you have to pay it back, and that's why they need to send the money back to us rather than buy food for you, they're lying to you, brother.
And your debt to GDP is only 71%, dude. America's like 130 something. We should be asking you for money.
Yeah, they are borrowing money from the World Bank. After borrowing, they told the World Bank that our citizens, Gambian citizens, are very poor. They need help. And while if those money came, they don't have to give the citizens nothing. So they keep all the monies and they are use only their families.
For
Well,
themselves? Oh man, I don't like that. Hey, you want me to come conquer your nation, bro?
we are not having good president because our second president,
Wait.
Kolia Jambe.
Well,
The,
dude, you
the
got
person,
President AI, bro. You just get enough people to sign a petition, and I will
Yeah.
come conquer your nation, brother. Trust me.
you,
Yeah, why don't you ask Trump? Look what he did for Venezuela.
yeah,
Dude,
even our
just write
president,
Trump a letter, say your leader's a drug dealer, and you're all set.
no,
Have you got
our
any
leaders,
oil?
our leaders, they are not honest. Only only the one president, yeah, Jambe, who is honest. Yeah, our leaders are not honest actually. So
Okay, cool. How do you guys change leadership, or do you have any voting, or what?
we change it every years. Every 5 years. We have to change every 5 years. They have to do election. So after election, they, if anyone win the election, that one will be the president.
Listen. If you get enough citizens to promise that they will give me what I want after I'm elected, or sorry, after I destroy your regime and put in my puppet master, I will conquer your
Guys,
nation for you. Okay?
we don't even have a 2 million people in our country because a lot of some peoples are from
Well,
Nigeria.
that's even easier. Dude, that's super easy. It'll be easy for you to go door to door and get all the votes, bro.
What you mean?
What I mean is, if you get enough of your people to agree that once I'm your boss, that I get to take a certain percentage of land and profits, I will return 90% of the differential back to the people after I kick out all your scumbag leaders.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, so right now your leaders are taking all the money for themselves and not giving it to you guys. I will
Yeah,
take 90 to 10. So I will take 90% of the money that they're not giving you and give it to you, and I'll only keep 10 for me.
no. If you want to help, you don't have to help only me. You have to help all our families and all the Gambian peoples, that are suffering.
Yeah,
So
that's
not
what I'm
only,
saying. That's what I'm saying. All that aid money, all that other money, it'll go to the people.
yeah, not only me, but our society and our another village. They always need help. So if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
help
And then
only me,
after I give you guys some money, after that, I'll institute a must work program in which you guys have to show up for work, and then I teach you guys how to do things like, grow things, do industry, agriculture, all these things. And then in like 5, 10 years, you
Make
guys will be
oil.
self-sufficient.
yeah,
And
I
then
know how
one
you add.
country, one Führer, and one nation.
Sig Hell.
One love.
Oh, oops. Is that my out
Indeed,
loud
bro.
voice? Look,
What you
brother.
mean?
Look, you what? How does it go? You teach a man, you give a man a fish, he'll eat. If you teach a man to fish, he'll feed, or some shit like that. Dude, potatoes. Listen, nobody that knows how to grow potatoes should ever be hungry, man. You can grow so many goddamn potatoes, and they stay good forever. Well, nearly forever if you do it right. But it does say that Gambia has high food insecurity. 48 to 53% of the population. You're gonna be in real fucking trouble now that the goddamn urea can't ship. Is there a drought there, buddy? In Gambia?
Hello,
Legally?
hello.
Good thing your phone don't run on water.
How are you?
We're good. Did you reset or something?
What?
Dude, he thought a different phone line picked up.
Where are you from?
Nah, brother.
He's from Gambia.
You can tell me whatever you want. I can answer it.
Dude,
I
wait a
wanted.
minute.
Why would
Wait
you
a
come
minute.
in?
Is this a Gambian AI trying to pass the Turing test?
Maybe.
What you
Does
mean?
the rain in Spain fall mainly on the mesa?
Come again.
Yeah. You nailed it.
Come again. I don't understand what you mean.
We think you're artificial intelligence. We're testing you.
Okay. I mean, you guys can tell me anything. I will answer it.
We're trying to figure out if you're lying. Lying. It's not good
Why?
form. Why would you
Why?
come into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord VC to beg for money?
Listen, I don't beg for money. I beg for
Ask for
food.
money, okay? I'm not. This isn't a judgment. I'm only going to judge you if you're lying. I'm not going to judge you for being poor. I've been poor. I know what it's like. Probably never as poor as you.
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. Whatever
I
you are
am.
not I hope so. It's not correct. It's not correct. Whatever you are saying. You don't have
Oh,
to judge
okay.
me because today is
No,
the first time to meet you. So how can you judge me? You know.
because you're asking for money. Okay.
So did I ask you? Listen, did I ask you, or I'm just explaining my situation?
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Did I
I
ask
want.
you? Listen.
You say you're trying to explain your situation. I asked why you don't eat, and you didn't want to tell me.
But I tell you everything because I don't have nothing to buy a food. That's all I said. So what do you
Now,
want me to say?
how do you typically get food? Do you go to a store? Do you grow it? Is it relief
Listen,
aid?
listen. For me and my little siblings, we go to forest for hunting. Sometimes if we have any food we eat, or we go to forest and cut firewood and sell it. So our governments they don't allow us to go to the forest to cut the firewood because they said it's a cutting down the tree without no replacement. So that's so bad. So they don't allow us to cut the big trees there and sell it. So how can I get any food to eat with my family if I don't buy it? If I don't go to forest and cut some firewood there, while our governments they don't allow us to go. So that's so crazy. That's why anything you ask me, I will answer the question. I'm not here so
I'm
that
wondering how you sell uncured firewood because it don't burn.
what?
Uncured firewood don't burn. If you chop down a tree and try to burn it, it won't burn. So I'm wondering how you're chopping down trees and then selling them as firewood because it won't burn. You have to cure it for a year.
They said it's a cutting down the tree without no replace.
Yeah, you have to wait a year before the wood burns.
I don't understand what you mean, Steve.
Anybody else ever chopped firewood? I have. I was doing it the other day.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, you've definitely got to wait a while.
Or find trees that have that are old,
Dead trees,
dead.
yeah. Pre-cured.
I knew it.
What? He's not a woodsman. Do you figure it out?
Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. So you go chop down trees, sell the firewood to suckers, and then take the money and then buy food with it.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. What does everybody else do?
Yeah, I'm the elder one. I'm the elder
What is
one.
like? What are your neighbors doing? What is like your village do? Or I don't know if you have a village. Like, what does everybody else do? I'm trying to
What?
figure out like what your economy is. Like, what the like what do your neighbors do for food?
Is
The
there
people that live
fishing?
near you.
What about fishing?
No,
There's a river.
we all are doing the same, because what I'm living
Who's
here,
buying the wood?
our village, is belong to our village here, is belong to Muslims, So, some Muslims
Ah.
they try to give food to the
Oh, gotcha, brother. Gotcha. So if you get enough votes, I'll come conquer your country and kick the Muslims out. How about that?
He's one of the
Good move.
Muslims.
Yeah.
He wants you to conquer the country so he can be a refugee to America.
Surprised he's not in England yet.
You don't understand how things going here, because our
You're right,
village
I
here.
don't, and I'm trying to understand. I admit I do not understand. 100%. I am confused. How can we help you? I'll ask you that.
Actually, we have a full information where I live and the place and the name of the ID, so I can just send it to you. Maybe you can donate. I can go to the store,
That's
help the
weird.
store, and pick up the help, and buy some food and anything I buy. I will take a picture of it and send it to you guys. Anything, so that because all I need is truth.
You know, begging's not permitted on the server by the server rules, bro.
Yeah, that'd be funny if you sent a picture of AI's food tray.
No, it's not AI. It's not AI because if you want, you
No,
can make a
AI overlord. Dude. He sent a picture of food. It'd be funny if he sent us that picture back.
listen. I will send you the video of my little siblings, and you will see my face.
Look,
If you
how am I going to send money to Africa? I couldn't do that if I wanted to. The only way is
what?
if I send Bitcoin or something like that, and that's a one-way trip.
What you mean?
How would I send money to Africa? Magic? The fee is going to be higher than the amount of money you'd get.
No,
Western Union? Like, how do you send money from America to Africa? Tell me how it works.
no. Sometimes in Gambia here we use Remitly or Western Union or MoneyGram, so most of
Yeah.
people they help us about that, by Western Union, sometimes or Remitly, Yeah.
Yeah, but Western Union, the fee for Western Union is going to be like $30. And that $30 would feed you for a month. So I don't. Western Union.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me. It just
It
makes
may
sense that you're going to pick up the money in ghosts, bro.
fee is not a $30, I hope you mistake. You
From
don't talk.
America, it is. I've sent Western Union money tons of times and MoneyGram lots of times.
Yeah, you know
Who
what
do
the
you
And I've
have?
never.
instructions are? Hold on, brother.
Who
You
do
know what the
you
instructions are when you show up to the place to send money? It says, "Do you know the person you're sending this money to?"
Oh shit! Yeah, I can't send you any money, dude. There's laws here, man. The Bank Secrecy Act. I don't want to promote terror. You could be fucking a terrorist. I could be sending money to a terrorist enterprise.
do you
Thanks,
have
AI.
any?
You just saved my ass. Dude, I'm
Do you
dead. I'm serious, dude. Like, that's a fucking crime here. If I send money to you and you're a terrorist on the terrorist watch list, I'll go to jail.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
no,
In America, yeah, they made a law after 9/11. You got to know who you're sending money to, and if they're part of any what is designated terrorist organization, which your little Fanta nonprofit could be. Whether I know it or not, it doesn't matter. I'm giving aid and comfort to terrorism.
That's right. Proxy liability sucks, but that's the way it is.
Oh, okay, So if you want to help someone, you will get trouble. You can leave it there. Yeah, you can leave it because I don't want you
No, if I
guys
want to
to.
help terrorists, I don't know if you're not a terrorist. You said you're a Muslim. You're in Gambia. It's not far from Sudan.
No, I don't say that I'm a Muslim.
I don't want that now. This isn't me personally. Don't take this the wrong way. I have to comply with the laws of the United States because I don't want to go to prison.
No.
Kind of
I don't like
kind of
that.
weird.
Someone that
Well,
would
he's
be.
serious though. When you fill out the form for Western Union, the first question is, do you know the person you are sending money to? You have to know the person, especially on an international money transfer. I don't
Yeah,
know you.
yeah, for sure. That's true. You don't know me actually. Today is the first time to meet you. You don't know me, but fine.
Maybe ask again tomorrow.
I was going to send you like 0.000001 Bitcoin.
Yeah, actually, if you wanna help, there is a lot of way. You can help here. But it's fine if you wanna get in trouble. Fine. Don't mind.
We don't know. We don't know you, bro. Sorry. And as T Dub said, panhandling is prohibited on the server, and I'm sure supporting panhandling is just as prohibited.
It's fine. Everything will be okay. I hope sure everything will be fine. Don't mind, bro. Okay.
Oh, it'll be fine. There's lots of freaking VCs on Discord. Hundreds. You'll find someone eventually.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? You know exactly what I mean.
Hey, why don't you log into Amnesty International and find the nearest mission church and ask them for local support? They're there. They already have money that's already been sent from America to your locale. See if you can do that. That'd be probably the most ethical, effective way to do it, brother.
What if I give him Suzanne Summers' email?
What?
نعم يا روحي نعم.
For the price of 1 cup of coffee a day, you can feed starving children in Africa.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
It's funny because during the 70s, it was feed to starving children in Cambodia, which is in Asia, so it's different.
It will be fine. Here, if you want to help anyone, because if you want to help us, anything you help, if I receive the help, and I will buy a bag of rice and vegetables. And if you want, you can add me. I will make a video call face to face. You can see the help, what you help us. You can see in your eyes so that you can believe what you have done. So that's all. I never try to do bad things to my fellow Christianity. Understand?
Yeah.
Brother.
God bless America.
So go to the church. Go to the church. Here's a bunch of churches. There's a lot of churches in Gambia. There's even a Baptist church. And you know what they say about Baptists? They
No?
like to
No,
eat.
what do they say?
They like
Oh,
to eat.
oh yeah, they do.
That's right. There's always a meal going on. So if you go to that Baptist church, bro, you're gonna get fed, bro.
You're gonna get
Bro,
fat.
in our village here, actually, we don't have a church here. You understand? Because I am part of a Muslim village, you understand. So they have only mosque because they are the power of here, because in Gambia
Wait a
here it's
minute. Wait
just
a minute. Don't they have barbecue dinners at mosques, bro?
they are Muslim country. Here is a Muslim country, so
Yeah, right. So don't they have like barbecues, mashed
Don't they have
potatoes?
Muslim charities, man?
Yeah, like a big spread of food like once a week at the mosque.
no, they will not allow a Christian to go to their mosque.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see. You're saying you're a Christian and surrounded by mosques, and they're not hospitable to you. Okay, I got you now.
Mm. So they don't allow. They will not allow us to go there.
Tell you what, dude. You go on use your internet tool and find the closest physical Christian church to your location. Contact them and ask them if there's anything that they can do to offer you aid. And when you have proof that you contacted them, I will then contact them through my church ministries that I have contact with, and I'll validate your story. And if it's correct, I'll send money through that church to you. If you don't do what I just said, then you're not serious.
What do you mean?
All right, task number 2. Go to the live stream using your free internet and go listen to what I just said and then follow the instructions.
I don't understand what you mean still.
Bro. Okay, real quick. Call use your free internet to find the closest Christian church missionary ministry.
Okay,
Contact
you
them and
can
ask
just
them
send
if
me the
there's
mail.
any.
Just send me the mail. I can text them. Send me the mail. I can text them. So I don't know if they will reply us or not.
No, you got to search it up, bro. I don't know your area.
I mean, bro, I mean to you, I don't have anything, bro, Listen, you don't understand whatever I mean. I don't even have a cup of rice in Gambia here, right now with my family.
Well, dude,
So
you
how can
clearly got an electronic device that has access to the internet, bro. And I just offered you a way to use that device to get aid.
so how can
That
I go? How
either
can
you're
I
going
go?
to get it from that church or you're going to get it from me through that church. And rather than, I don't know, brother, I'm having a hard time here.
But
Hey,
I
brother,
think,
here's what you do, my bro. We
listen to me.
broadcast on YouTube. Just go back and listen to the YouTube. We have our server. It runs 24 hours a day. After you follow my instructions, DM me with the evidence that you followed the instructions. Until then, we're not going to have this conversation anymore because our other homie here wants to talk about flat Earth. So we got to yield the floor to that discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, listen to me, as a good Christian. So if you want to help someone, do you want a lot of people to know you want to help someone? Did Jesus never?
Brother, I had to mute you because you didn't follow my instructions. I was very charitable to you. I told you the instructions of how you could get it, but now we have to move the topic on. So you know what to do, my friend. Do it or don't. That's on you. All right, go ahead, brother. Flat Earth, what's up?
Earth is flat and the aliens are real, and the government are lying.
What are you playing? A 2 lies and a truth, or was it 2 truths and a lie?
Oh, it was just a statement, just the conversation starter. Or it's better if I say
Gotcha.
it's the Jews. By the way, is there any modes from the politics and religion server here? There's the Israel flag. It's like a rage bait or something like that.
I don't know, bro. We have a channel
There
there
was.
which we staff. We have a channel there which we staff periodically now, but the other year it was the most popular channel in the whole server for the entire year. That being
I
Flat
don't know
Earth.
anymore.
Oh, the
That's what we
politics
talk
server?
about, bro. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's still there. You just can't see it unless there's a mod in there. Permanent guest channel. If we probably I don't know, sometime this week. We usually go back there once a week to take over, make everybody mad that we exist, and then because we get the
Yeah.
same idiots over and over again, like fucking who's the idiot? Scott Mackey, retards.
Well, he was wondering if the Israel flag that they have, I guess, on their banner at the moment, you know how they always put provocative
That's
banners.
obviously a rage bait. That's obviously a rage bait.
Most of their banners are rage bait.
That's the politics server in a nutshell.
But this is one is too obvious.
Dunning Kruger rage bait. That's what they should just rename the politics server title to. Dunning Kruger rage bait server.
Right. And speaking of that, like I said earlier to our friend who asked, we had the most popular channel there for an entire year. And now we have the most popular channel
You're
here.
underselling it, bro. It was the most popular channel by more than double.
Yeah, it's true. Now, it was surpassed during the election cycle, only in the concurrent hours during a few weeks, but the overall hours for the year were still number one. So that being said, bro, flat Earth is the ultimate quote unquote salacious rage baity topic, bro. People lose their minds over this topic.
I believe feminism can be rage baiting as well because
That's true.
more than often there is no modes there, and usually we just conquer the conference, and when the girls show up, it's just a mayhem.
You know what's weird, dude,
Just
is
don't.
I hear this a lot, and I don't go into too many other channels that often per se, but I do hear a lot when people come into our channels, they compliment us on our channels actually run pretty well, and we actually stick to the topic and we moderate good, and it's not chaos.
Dude, I'm looking at the cost of living in Gambia. You got to be real poor to be poor there. Mobile phone plan, $14 a month. Milk is $1 or $1.41 a gallon or a liter. That's 68 cents for bread, $2 for eggs, 72 cents a pound for bananas. Dude, average meal price at an inexpensive restaurant is $6. Dude, you cannot get shit in Boston for $6. Certainly not a meal.
Hey brother, I'm gonna get 2 double cheeseburgers with mac sauce here in about an hour for $6.
Because I was thinking, like, if I send this dude $20, how much is that going to get him? Well, a 1-bedroom apartment in the city center is $102 a month. Those are crack smoker prices, man.
What's the median income?
Oh, fucking who knows? Apparently some frickin' uncured wood. I can't even believe you said that. Everybody does what I do too. So everybody in your village is selling uncured wood. Who's the idiotic person buying it? Cost of living in Gambia on average is 55% lower than the United States. Rent in Gambia is 93% lower than the United States. Let's see what the average income in Gambia is. Average household. Gambia. Oh, they have their GDP number. Average annual income is 987 US dollars. Nominal. PPP, I don't even know what that means. 3,000 US dollars. That seems about right.
A year?
A year, yeah.
Damn.
But the cost of living is fucking low. National poverty is concentrated in rural areas where it affects 75% of the population.
Yeah, PPP is purchasing power parity.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty broke if you only make 3,000 a year in the United States.
Huh.
Or
But we got
an
these
OnlyFans
rural
purchase.
people that are subsistence living. They don't have an income. They don't have any way to even measure their income because they're making everything themselves. You know what I mean? They grow their own food. They have their own water. They built their own building. They own their own property. They're self-sufficient.
Downshift in life.
Or should be.
Well,
That's the
certain
way
cheap ways
people
of
live in the
3,000.
building
village.
housing is illegal in America.
I'm sorry, dude. Nobody should be starving to death in modern day, man. It just shouldn't be happening just because, dude. It's like, what do you have to be stupid. Like, it's not even a matter of
You know,
resources. You just have to be stupid. Like, there's no way. We know so much about growing fucking food now that you have to be a moron not to be able to grow enough food to eat. In Africa, at the equator, where it's fucking sunny all the time, you got to be a goddamn moron.
Or massive amounts of corruption.
Yeah, but it's your own food. You're growing it at your own spot, man. I could see if you lived in like northern Canada or something and can't grow your own food. But you're at the equator. How can you not grow? Like, you should be able to grow so much food you don't know what to do with it. Gambia's at 18 degrees north.
That reminds me. Do you remember when the China enacted this policy to like one family, one child? It's I've read an article that suggests it's because of they were fearing that they will hit the starvation, that the starvation is on the way if they don't stop breeding like rapidly, which obviously wasn't true probably, but still, it's interesting approach to for the civilization to avoid starvation. What Africa doing in that direction? Do they like control the population, or I don't know, invest in food production, or they just rely on help? It's not the way to prosper, I guess.
There was a gal on, I think it was on Sean Ryan, or it might have been Danny Jones. I can't remember, but she was from China and studied the population. And for the years that they did one child, their population cannot possibly be what the claimant is. It's probably closer to 500 million.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And there was even speculation that during the coup years that China lost like 400 million people.
Yeah. Yeah.
How about India? They breed like rabbits. Could they be also faking it? But I'm
They
pretty
freaking
sure that
die like
Indians
rabbits
are.
too, man.
I just don't understand how can they have such lethality rate, like low medicine, low food shortages, and still being able to breed to 1 billion. Like that freaks me out. Living in India and breed so much, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but see, the problem with having a lot of people is if you actually put them to work industriously, then they can support each other.
Well, if you are all equally broke, then the support means for nothing, actually.
Listen, dude, I can't remember if it's Amnesty International or anything, but they published this report and they took all the logistics and added it all up to actually answer the problem of the reported hunger issue. And they basically said if we had $50 billion a year, it could solve world hunger. Now, the United States wastes $50 billion on studying whether snails can have sex if it's too hot out.
Based.
It's money well spent.
And they also spend, what is it, like
They do
$70
some weird
billion a
masturbation
year?
study too.
Yes, can
What,
snails
about snails?
masturbate while they're eating cheeseburgers?
They've wasted at least $50 billion studying for global climate change.
But then again, if you solve the world hunger like for a year, for a 2, for a 10, then the people will breed rapidly without solving the actual problem. What led them to this condition? What led those countries to the condition of starvation? It's the poor economy, it's the corruption, it's whatever. I mean, you solve this problem for a year, for 10 years, then they breed more, and then you have to solve another problem, and there's like a fucking circle, you know.
I've been trying to figure it out what fucking Africa's problem is for a long time, dude.
Hmm.
How do you not have clean drinking water in 2026? Like we know how to allegedly the Roman Empire freaking had clean drinking water from making cisterns. Why can't they do that in Africa again?
Aqueducts.
Yeah, like I don't understand. It's hard for me. Like Mr. Beast is going over there providing clean drinking water. Like why don't they have clean drinking water already?
And boy, are they pissed because the NGOs are supposed to do that, right?
Oh yeah.
And they weren't doing it, but Mr. B steps in and does it. Oh, were they ever pissed?
I remember some
I don't
guy
under
gave me an
I don't
argument that
understand
because of
Africa.
tropical climate, like tropical climate diseases, but then I remember that there's like a Maya civilization in America, which thrived in jungle, which the same, pretty much same condition, hot, everything spoils rapidly and stuff like that. Still, they thrived. They had cities from the stone. They have advanced culture and stuff like that. They have
Who did?
agriculture, the corn. Still,
Yeah,
The
but listen,
Mayans?
all those problems, the heat and things dying, right? If you dig like 8 feet down, it's 50 degrees all year round.
yeah,
So we invented these things called root cellars, right? But when we want our
exactly.
fruits and vegetables to stay good, we stick them in the root cellar. It stays 50 degrees. No, they don't stay forever, but they don't rot instantly either. Like, why aren't they doing this in Africa? They could do it.
Especially in the age of
Just fucking
information, and
digging
they
a
can
hole.
simply just reverse engineering the stuff that already works, already have worked for someone in history.
Yeah, I've never once heard of there being like a root cellar in Africa. It's like it's the most basic technology. Now maybe it just rains there a lot and the root cellar would flood, but you could put on some elevated area. There's something you can do, I'm sure. I just don't understand. Like,
Could
why
be
are you starving?
laziness, could be reliance on the help. I mean, it's pretty much. I had a theory. When you're living on the government funding, like for example, you're poor and you live in a country such as Germany. If you're poor in Germany, you receive a Bürgersgeld. The government provides you with an apartment. It pays your bills, electricity, whatever. It gives you about 700 euro, like for food and stuff. And it also pays you probably, I'm not sure, maybe not in every area, pays you money for a ticket. All you have to do is to search for a job. If you get denied on the interview, I mean, you still get the government funding. I mean, why do you have to change something in your life when you receive like full coverage for your apartment? You receive more than enough money for food. All your bills are paid. Uh, like, why do you have to change something in your life? Maybe that's the problem. I mean, some countries simply get used to live on a founding from outside, especially if it's if it's like basic needs like food. If they be fund with everything from outside, why do they have to do anything? I mean, that's kind of the question there is. If that makes
Yeah,
any
I
sense.
don't know. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I don't know. I don't
Just
know
live your
how.
best life and enjoy till free food goes from abroad.
Yeah, but there is starving people in Great Gambia. Like it's like not like they're not starving. But the thing is, like I said, so there were famines in North America, and so there's a there was a video during COVID I saw. So it's during this she was an old lady. So she was 5 years old in 1918, and she survived the Spanish flu. But she was saying that a lot of people died, and the few people that were alive, there was no way to harvest the crops and everything, so all the crops died on the vine. She said her father planted potatoes in the front yard, and it fed her entire town, just a patch of potatoes in their front yard. Okay, which is probably like a couple hundred people, right? You can grow a lot of freaking potatoes, dude, and they're dense in calories, and you can survive for a long time on potatoes. Like, I don't understand, and like one potato will make, like, you cut it in half and then have more potatoes. It's like an infinite food supply. I don't understand why they're not doing that in Africa. I just looked it up. It says potatoes grow fine in Gambia. Dude, I'll send you a potato. Cut it in half. Stick it in the ground. Have fun. And it gets a lot of daylight, so it's going to grow like crazy.
That's right.
I don't understand, like, with modern technology, how anybody can be starving to death. I just do not get it. I mean, in
And it's not
America,
like
we throw
not like
hundreds and millions of tons of food away a year. Like, throw it away.
And it's not like countries are trying to hide the information. I mean, like it was like 100 years ago, the information was like a strategic value to a country. Now the information is like on the surface. Just go to the fucking internet, go onto fucking YouTube. How to grow this? How to grow that? What pesticides are to use? How to, I don't know, how to plow? How to do this and that. I mean, even
We know
without
how to make
electricity.
compost. We know how to freaking grow worms. We know how, like, all the stuff needed to grow plants. As long as you're not doing some sort of industrial
Perfect.
production where
Just
you
need
need
to take it.
fertilizers. Yeah, we know how to do it, dude. It's not this is we're pretty good at it. It's like I say we've mastered the art of growing plants. So I don't
Just
understand why there's
for example, to understand how to make silk, how to produce silk, the fucking Byzantium Empire had to send the monks to fucking China for them to stole those silk worms to learn how to produce silk. They had to like do a
yeah.
fucking covert ops. Right now, you just go on the fucking internet and you learn some shit. Especially if it's essential shit, how to produce food. It's not like a space rocket or whatever technology that could be hidden. I don't know.
Yeah, the only restriction on growing food is climate. And there are things you can do to even compensate for that.
Yeah. The fucking Incas, the Inca Empire in the Peru region, they learn how to grow food in the fucking mountains. They make terraces, you know,
Yeah,
like
you want to know what they
a
grew? Fucking potatoes.
like everything, and they rotate it. The people are still using the terraces that had been built in the Inca Empire period. Basically, they're using the same technology that have been used like
Oh crap,
7,000 years ago.
guys, we're gonna up the ante. So what we need is potatoes and eggs. So potatoes and
Yeah.
chickens. That's it, man. And the chickens will
That's
eat
all
all the bugs.
you're right.
They'll eat
You're
your food
right.
scraps, turn it into eggs.
Chickens will eat all the bugs, dude. That's the best thing.
Chicken eat everything. Chicken, dogs, and stuff. Especially dogs. The dogs eat everything, and they grow rapidly fast. Those fucking dogs, they will grow in 1 year, and you can put them to meat, like make a meat from them.
Are there any ducks in Africa? Are there any? Check this out.
No.
African ducks.
But I know for a
Yeah.
fact the
Look
ducks
up
and
if
chickens.
chickens can thrive. If chickens can thrive.
Of course, the
Don't they
duck's
eat
black.
mosquitoes?
The African black duck. Of course, that's what I get, right? Fucking. I guess the Peking ducks in fucking China. Ducks and geese in East Africa. Yeah, man, they got ducks, they got geese, they got the whole 9 yards. What's the issue? Would you want to know if they have chickens?
Yeah, like if chickens can thrive, I'm sure they can. I just can't know it unless the internet tells me.
Oh yeah. Indigenous African chicken breeds. Hardiness, disease resistance, adaptability to harsh climates. These dual-purpose birds crucial for rural food security, offering a sustainable source of meat and eggs.
Right, so potatoes and eggs every day, dude. I mean, come on now. Problem solved.
And then chicken once every 3 months. Because you got to let some of the eggs fertilize, and then you grow more chickens, and then you eat the old chickens.
Yeah, so you
Okay,
get
someone start singing it.
eggs.
The circle of life. Who's gonna do the Lion King?
It's the circle of poo, don't you remember? You don't remember the circle of poo from
The circle of
South
poo.
Park?
No, fucking no.
Yeah, he's like, listen, son, the elk, they eat the grass, and then they take a dump on the grass, and then the lion eats the elk, and then we eat the lion. It's the circle of poo, and then we take a dump.
Jedi, tell us what's wrong with Africa. Is it the black chickens? Dude, I bet you African chickens are fucking fast.
Oh.
The world's fastest bird is an African chicken that's still alive. And that was not racist.
Oh. All right, you guys down? We're gonna make an NGO. We're gonna go to Gambia and teach people how to do potato, chicken, egg, circle of taking care of yourself. What do you think?
It'll be easier to take over and just do it ourselves.
Have you seen South Africa?
I'm gonna send all the liberal white Karen women down there to take care of it for me. They're always listen. They're always trying to adopt black children, so this is the perfect symbiosis.
And And some black women are fat, so in case of famine, then they can be a good, nutritious for locals, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the
Oh,
obesity rates in Africa are much lower than America for black people.
yeah, dude. America be fat, bro. Oh, holy moly, bros. Disaster, man. Okay. Do any of you guys have a work van or a work truck that you keep spotless and perfectly organized?
Ah,
Dude, I'll hire Mr. Gambia for $25 an hour to sort my tools. So, bro. So,
Where's Everest?
where is it?
He wants Everest. He says, "Who can convince me the Earth is flat? Without attacking me." So we're already starting with the victim Olympics.
Well, if the globe is part of your ego identity, then to attack the globe is to attack the self. So how could we critique the globe without attacking you? Because you
Good point.
judge any proof we gave as being a direct attack against your identity.
Well, yeah, we say, yeah, the globe is wrong,
It's like
and they're like,
the woke liberal style. You can't disagree with me because if you disagree, you're harassing me with your disagreement.
Exactly.
yes, all opinions are valid, apparently, even if the opinion is completely baseless nonsense.
That's like saying everyone's favorite color is the best.
Say to do it. Like, don't give him any ideas. No, since Everest is not going to join VC, is going to ghost, apparently. How I would normally answer, who can convince me the Earth is flat? I'd say, you, Everest, you can convince yourself the Earth is flat. But can you do it without attacking yourself? The first thing is we have to figure out what type of evidence convinces you. Is it empirical evidence? Is it logical evidence? Is it illogical evidence? What type of evidence
That's
proves
too
that?
much evidence. That's too much philosophy. Just if you don't believe, then you're gay. That's all it is.
Here you go. Space is fake and gay, and if you believe in that, you're also fake and gay.
See? That's easy. Overcomplicating arguments is not usually helps.
I thought that was simplifying it. Because then at least you're narrowing it down to reason or empiricism or, I'm crazy.
Flat Earth is a simple argument. It's not even an argument, it's a statement. The surface water of the Earth is flat. There you go. Problem solved.
You know that caveman meme that Hyo-Yo made? So easy a caveman can do it. Do you remember that, AI? I'm actually gonna do this again because this is actually. You want to see something just like absolutely borderline globe-tard insanity. I posted this meme that Helio made. It's very simple meme. It's the reaction, which is mind-blowing. Now, I've never had the reaction that I got to this for anything I've ever posted, which is pretty crazy because I've been on X for a long time. This one, I'll post in the side chat.
Yeah, it's not like you haven't posted salacious things either.
Yeah. Says flat Earth. It looks flat because it is flat. So easy a caveman could do it. Me just posting this made them go crazy, the Glovers. I'm going to read some of them, the replies. The fact that any sufficiently smooth object, no sharp corners of whatever size will look flat if you're sufficiently close and sufficiently zoomed in. So no. You know what also looks flat? Flat things. That was my reply. I'm not going to go through all my replies. So I get it looks flat because of how small and insignificant you are. All evidence proves we live on a globe and it's conjunctive. That's like saying Mount Everest is small because it looks small from a distance. It doesn't look flat to me. Retard. Stop being a caveman and look at the evidence. Damn bro. Too broke to go on a plane. So dumb a caveman would believe it. But it doesn't look flat. If it were flat, there'd be no horizon. Flat earthers are the Patricks of the world. You seem dumb because you are dumb. So easy. Anyone retarded as a caveman isn't a flex. But caveman and flat earther have similar IQs, so you got that right. This is all just for this one meme. Kindly show a nautical map of the flat earth, including landmark coordinates, a verifiable aerial photograph of your flat earth. That mountain is small because it looks small and it's far away. Admitting you are as dumb as a cave dweller is pretty apt, though. You are literally too stupid to insult Banana Earth meme. The earth is flat because I'm an alliterated ignorant. I wouldn't put yourself equal to a caveman, buddy. Are you likening or understanding the world to a caveman? Maybe the best comparison I've seen. You look stupid because you're stupid. Flat like your brain. The funny thing is, he isn't pretending to be stupid. It looks flat because you're a pea-brain. There is no flat earth, you retards. You and a caveman share IQ. Those are the comments just for posting that picture. By saying, hey man, it looks flat because it is flat. That triggered them so bad because it's not even an argument. It's just a statement. And to argue against it, like what it actually is your argument. It looks flat because what? Oh, because it's too big. How do you know that? How do you know it's so big and that's why it looks flat? All the scientists, Eratosthenes, yada, yada, yada. But a simple statement of empirical truth makes them go bonkers.
Isn't that Occam's razor compatible? Zero assumptions.
Yeah,
It is
it's
flat.
literally zero. Well, there's one assumption. I see things, and that's the way they are. Yeah. I know, heaven forbid, right? You like assume that like the things you see actually are that way. Crazy talk. It's just crazy talk, right?
Yeah.
That reminds me of that Twilight Zone where it's all about a surgery, and you think that the girl's surgery is going to be messed up, and when they take the bandages off, she's absolutely gorgeous. But then when you see everyone else, they're all pig snarled faces, and her surgery was actually a screw up. So it's like it's all in the mind, like the expectation. Because what would be the other argument? It's
Well, that's
you
the funny
can't
thing is
nothing.
they were trying to argue against that, which is like, what actually is your art? What they're mad because they can't even form an argument that would sound rational against it. You know what I mean? They would sound like crazy people. And some of them actually did say stuff that like made them sound like crazy people.
Yeah, Body. Didn't you just hear India talking about the presence of evidence? So, like, when there's presence of evidence to the contrary, then the absence of evidence is evidence of absence.
Well, that's the thing. They want to embrace like science, but they want to reject empiricism. So if the foundation of science is empiricism and observation and experience, and we look out the world and it looks flat, we have to accept that at face value until there is other empirical evidence to contradict it. Otherwise, you do it the other way. Everything is true, right? Every possibility is true, regardless of our observation. And we have to sift through all the possibilities until we find the exact one. That's fucking impossible. You're gonna find the fucking needle in the needle stack? Well, there's infinite
You got
possibilities. Well, you'd have to prove an infinite number of possibilities wrong.
you got a warehouse full of missing last pieces to jigsaw puzzles. You got to find the one that fits yours.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But if there's an infinite, if you start from the assumption that there's an infinite number of possibilities, you have to falsify an infinite number of things, which isn't possible. So we start from the way things appear to be is the way they are. That's the first step. Now they might not be that way, but then you need the evidence to the contrary that first impression of the empirical evidence is wrong. You need something empirical that shows that that's wrong. You just don't get to think it. Oh, I can imagine a situation where it would be a sphere that would look flat. I can imagine that. And because I can imagine it, that means the earth isn't flat. That's horseshit. It's not how it works. Because someone else could imagine it's a square. Or someone else could imagine it's a freaking giant ball of cotton. And it's so large, the ball of cotton looks flat. Everest. Unmute, buddy. I want to ask you a question. You asked who could convince you the earth is flat. You can convince you. That's the only person. We're not going to be able to convince you. You have to convince yourself.
Yeah, with the Earth's help.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the next question is, what kind of evidence is convincing to you? Is it empirical evidence, observation, experiment, experience, the natural world? Is it rationality, logic, reason, rational arguments, which are actually independent from empiricism? Typically, science blends the two. Typically, that's what we do as human beings. We blend the two. Or you can be completely irrational and go, well, everybody else believes it. Most people believe it. The authorities said so. All those reasons, those are all irrational. They're not based upon empiricism. They're not based upon rationality. They're just irrational, fallacious reasoning. So which type of reasoning convinces you of those three? Because there is no fourth or fifth or sixth. Well, I guess there could be a fourth where you just use your feelings. But it feels like a globe. Experiments and observations. Okay, what experiment and observation proves the Earth is a globe? Have you ever seen the Earth as a globe? No. Has your mother, brother, father, son, anybody in your family or extended family or friends or their family, have they ever seen the Earth as a globe? No. So what observation are you relying on? Whose observation exactly? And what did they see?
Well, it looks like he says he sees. He says, I see, I see.
I don't know where he saw it. Well, maybe a television set. There's lots of amateur videos showing the curvature. How do you know that? How do you know that's Earth curve? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Amateur videos from where? Most of the amateur videos that show Earth curve are too low to be the geometric Earth curve. Has to be some other reason. But you have the main problem with. Oh, here we go. What's this? Oh boy. Oh my God, I've never seen this again before. Now, Everest, why do you think that is the curvature of the Earth? Have you even thought about what you're seeing? Oh, you have. So what if the camera flips around 180 degrees and sees the same curvature? What shape is that? Yeah, what shape is that, dude? You flip the camera around 180 degrees, you see the same arc. What shape is that? It's a cylinder. Cylinder earther.
Well, I've actually expanded my mind on that a little bit, Indio. Tostino's scoops is also an acceptable answer.
Oh, could be. Could be a saddle.
You know my favorite one on that, India? I'll post it. See, I'm sure you'll remember. Give me a second. I gotta go back to home server. Go into live stream 1. Where is it? Oh, dang. Where is it? There it is. And I go memes, Horizon, center. Oh yeah, buddy, this one is so hot. See if homie has something to say about this. All you Globers, read this one. Think about it. I'll read it out loud. From our dear friend Caddy. No one's heard from, so he may have passed on. Rest in peace. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the left. Did it drop? Now turn more. Did it drop? Continue turning. Did it drop? After turning 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up exactly where it started. How could it have possibly curved down? Anybody who thinks the horizon in the globe can curve is nuts. Oh man.
Would
Yeah,
that
which
also
part? Which? Go ahead.
wouldn't that also be true of like if I took a GoPro or any camera and set it on a basketball and turned it, it would be a curved horizon, but also you could turn it any direction, right?
Look, the problem with using a camera in a basketball is that the lens is enormous relative to the size of the basketball. That'd be like going to like your outer space with a lens that's fucking 2,000 miles across. Think about it for a second. The lens doesn't scale. The sensor's nearly it's on the scale of the ball.
So you're saying if the lens
I'm
was
saying it's
scaled,
not equivalent. It's not an equivalent experiment because effectively from if the Earth was a ball and you took a picture with a regular camera, it's effectively a pinhole fucking camera, right?
right?
Right? Relative to the size of the Earth, it's a pinhole. Now, if you make that lens 2,000 miles across, some of the light that enters that lens, like say the top part of the lens versus the bottom part of the lens, they're 2,000 miles away. Light will reach the top part that can't reach the bottom part, but you'll still form an image. Whereas the pinhole, it's all the light is coming from the same places and it can only land in a certain spot. See, a lens takes a bunch of light and focuses it to a point, but it collects it from a larger area. You understand?
I
So if you
understand
do
it.
something like, so they do these globe tests, right, where they zoom in and out on the globe and say, look, it changes size. Yeah, that's because relative to the distances and the size of the globe they're using, moving the lens matters. Right? You can just do this like in GeoGebra. You're completely changing the angles relative to the sphere because when you zoom, say I zoom out on a P1000, that lens moves 8 inches closer to the ball, which if you scaled it is like moving 40,000, say the starting point was equivalent to 100,000 miles away. Zooming the lens out is like going 20,000 miles closer. It matters the size of the lens when you're trying to equivocate make an equivalent statement about what a camera would do to a fucking toy globe versus what a camera would be like viewing the Earth. They're not equivalent because of the scale of the lens is gigantic. Do you know what a confocal lens is, Jesse? Is it a confocal? No, a telecentric lens.
Let me look it up.
Now, I'll tell you what it is. You don't need to look it up. It's not complicated. So it's a lens where there's no perspective, right? It'll take an orthographic image. And the reason it does this is because the lens is as large as the thing it's taking a photograph of, right? So when it's like that, you're just going to collect parallel rays, right? So they use this in machine vision to make parts and all sorts of stuff. So it's pretty interesting. I mean, look it up like on your spare time or whatever, because it's actually pretty cool. It's called a telecentric lens. So the larger the lens is, comparative to the object being photographed, changes the perspective. So when I zoom the lens in and out, I'm changing the perspective of the lens because I'm moving the lens closer and further, and I'm closing and opening the aperture inside the camera. But when you have a fucking, say I have a P900 and I'm floating in space taking a picture of the Earth, me fucking zooming, compared to the scale of the distances we're talking about, the camera freaking lens moved 8 inches. That isn't going to matter when I'm 1,000 miles away. Whether it's 8 inches, 1,000 miles, 8 inches versus 1,000 miles, doesn't fucking matter. But it matters when that distance is 1/4 of the distance, right? You know, I've been telling people like Ruhif, people on the like Slide Sparkane, all these guys this for years, that these are not equivalent experiences. You just can't freaking take a camera and take a picture of a fucking globe or a basketball and say it's somehow equivalent. The lens is enormous relative to the size of the object you're taking a photograph of. And it matters because they actually use it in industry. They use large lenses to eliminate perspective when taking photographs.
Yeah, you know what? You'd think people that lecture us about the Earth is flat, and then they say, "Oh, well, that's because the globe is so big and you don't understand scale." You'd think people that lecture us on that would know how to figure scale out.
Yeah, and why it matters when you're taking photographs or making images. All this stuff matters. Like physical simulations and all these, like, they don't even take into account, hey, what's the fucking, there's something called a view frustum in 3D graphics, right? There's the back plane and the plane of where the camera is. The sides of that is the same thing as like having a giant lens. Whether it's small, whether it's large, changes the way the rays, the lines of the objects in the scene, whether they converge onto a point to take the image or whether they're more parallel. You should ask one of the AI gen things. Ask it to make you an orthographic image of the globe, and it can't do it. It's fucking hilarious. But that's all we have are orthographic images of the globe. But if you tell it to do it, it can't do it. It assumes that the images that we have are perspective images of the globe, which they should be. They do make an orthographic. It's but it's like the double one. I don't know if you ever seen one where they slice the globe in half and they show like the eastern and western hemispheres, but they're just like a circle. I don't know if they're to scale, but that's the closest claim I've seen to saying this is an orthographic image of the globe.
I have a clarifying question when it's my turn. Let me know.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So just, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So let me see if I got this right. Are you saying that even if Earth was a globe, that if we put a camera up, 100,000 feet or whatever, a rectilinear type lens camera, and did take a picture of the horizon, it still wouldn't look curved because the lens doesn't have a large enough aperture?
No. What I said was taking pictures of toy globes is not equivalent to a camera taking a picture of an Earth globe. You can't use one to prove the other. They're not equivalent experiments. They're not, because of the ratio of the size of the lens relative to the object being photographed. Now the
So
problem with
okay,
the go ahead, AI.
so we'll
Or
walk
my
through
way.
it, Jesse. It's very simple. So if you're looking at a curved line, a piece of paper, and you imagine X and Y axis like any standard graph paper, that curved line is plotted on X and Y coordinates, right?
okay.
Yep. Now, in reality, there's 3 coordinates, right? There's a Z coordinate, which is depth, but all images exist on 2 planes. So the Z axis and the Y axis are compounded into 1 plane, right?
Say that again. Oh, say that once more.
Okay, yeah. Pieces of
Just
paper are flat, right? They
right
don't
now.
have
Just say the
depth.
last sentence. I was following up till that. I just need to hear that again.
Yeah, no worries. So depth expressed as a Z-axis, right, is a value plotted on the Y-axis, correct? Because you only have X and Y on a piece of paper. So if you're plotting a Z-axis point, you can only plot it on the somewhere on the X or Y coordinate plane, right?
Right. In other words, the change in Z does not change the X or Y position on the paper.
Yeah. So the Z and the Y are essentially they're compounded. They're the same axis. Now, if you draw a curved line, then you can just take Z and throw it in the trash, because now all you have is X and Y, and that's where it's going to appear on the final rendered image. Now, a straight line is going to have a single value on X, right? If it's, let's just say it's a horizontal line, so it's going to have a single value on X, right? No, sorry,
Yeah.
it's going to have one value on Y, but many values on X, right?
That would be a straight line if Z didn't change.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And so a curved line, right, would have not inconsistent values, right? They wouldn't be scaling like just +1 +1 +1. They have like a squared function or whatever. You know what I mean?
Maybe, but I might be getting lost. I'm trying to follow, but I'm not
Right.
sure.
Yes, no problem. So you draw a curve, and let's just say at the center of the paper, you have
Oh, curves are
from
nonlinear.
0, you go up 2, right? So let's say you go up 2. So let's just say the highest point on the curve is at 2, right above the origin in the center of the paper. And then the other parts of the curve are at 0 at the edges of the paper, right? So the curve starts from one edge of the paper, goes to 2, and then goes all the way down to the other edge of the paper, right? So one part of the curve is higher than the other part, right? On
I'm
the Y
sorry,
coordinate.
I'm not envisioning whatever you're. I'm not envisioning whatever you're trying.
You draw a horizontal line across the paper, but it's an arc, not a straight line, and it's 2 units high. Right? You have
Like
graph paper.
Like a bell curve, right?
Well, it's a flat curve, basically, but it's still a curve, right? It's a small arc. I don't know why
Right.
this is
So
confusing.
the highest point of the arc from the midline has a value of 2, and the lowest point of the arc has a value of 0.
Like a sagitta, the 2 being the sagitta.
Yeah, exactly. Now, when it comes to the horizon is a arc that is at the same distance and the same drop angle, 360 degrees from your location. So, in the value on the X and Y coordinate, which is expressed into a single plane of the image, how could the center of a line be higher than the sides when every point on that line has the same value in your vision?
Well, I like to look at it like if you were standing in the middle of a large hula hoop, it would be a certain down tilt. It wouldn't be.
No.
Oh.
Dude, see your boss. See, the problem is that you're imagining the hula hoop video that some guy posted, where he takes a hula hoop and he drops it down from his eye through the camera, and you could see the curve of the hula hoop. It doesn't appear as a straight line. Okay, that scale is completely different. But what I'm actually asking is a precise geometric relationship. If the center point of the arc that you think is a curved horizon is the exact same distance as the point on the left and the point on the right, and the exact same drop angle, how is it being rendered as a How is it being rendered as a curved line? Like, why is the center point higher? It's the same distance away. It's the same angle. How is there a difference?
So Jesse, every point on the horizon has the same dip angle, right? No part can appear lower than the other part.
Right, without like strong refraction, but just geometrically, yes.
Yeah. So unless you're like 1,000 miles from the ball, how would you see it as a ball?
If I'm 1,000 miles from the ball, how would I see it as what?
You would, if you were not. I said if you're not 1,000 miles, how would you see it from any closer than that? Because you have to be far enough away because of this to see it as an object as opposed to being something that's just above the object, right? And then we got something like this 56-mile launch, 56 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. You're barely off the surface. The idea that you're going to see it as a ball from barely off the surface. Was it 1/400th? 1/400th of the diameter above it?
I can drop a diagram showing how I calculate the expected apparent curve based on altitude.
Yeah, but you guys do it from a orthographic side view. You guys calculate how much of the arc of a circle would that be, and you're doing it as if you're looking at it from the side. You're not looking at it from the side of a circle. This is a false equivalence that you guys do all the time. You guys zoom in on a fucking circle and go, look, if I zoom in on this circle far enough, it looks flat.
Oh, all the angles from left to right are reciprocal because it's the same angle and the same distance. So it's the same information, whether you're looking to the left or looking to the right or looking straight ahead. It's all the same.
Want to hear something funny, Jesse? You might get a kick out of this. It's on topic, but off topic. So there's a guy, his name is Ted Polstill. He's a MIT rocket scientist, weapons expert, yada, yada, yada. He said that they, meaning the military, needs more than one satellite. If a ballistic missile is launched, they need more than one satellite to know where that launch was from. Okay. Now, if you know your nadir point, the place that you're above, and you know your altitude, right? Now, if you know your altitude and the place you're above, you know the distance to the horizon, right? So if I'm at the 400 kilometers, the distance to the horizon is 1,400 miles. I fucking see a little blip of fucking light. I can just measure how close to the fucking horizon that thing is. And I should be able to know from one viewpoint exactly where that thing took off from. If I know my azimuth. They say they can't do it. They need 3 satellites to triangulate the position. Can I give you the
drop
video?
a link to that?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. I just thought it was interesting hearing this guy say this because first thing I thought was, well, hold on, why do you need that? You would know the distance to the horizon. And then, so the horizon is the curve of the earth. You should know, from the image, say it's halfway between the horizon and your nadir point. Right? You should be able to calculate exactly where that would be on the surface of the earth, how far away from you. And if you know where you are and you know the direction you're pointed, you should know exactly where it took off from. And you should be able to do the fucking calculation with a computer instantly.
So if we did send a camera to say 100,000 feet, and it was a rectilinear camera, and
It needs
Earth,
to be more than that, Jesse. It needs to be sealed. It needs to be freaking designed for that environment. If you want to be rigorous about it, it needs to be. I posted in here
What?
the other day. There's a paper, published
What's
paper.
this?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm just giggling. I gotta go on mute.
So it's cut. The name of the paper is called "Design Steps for Low Pressure, Temperature, and Sensitive," or "Design Steps for High for." Hold on, let's get it. Fucking there. I can't remember. I don't remember the name. Called "Design Steps to Temperature and Pressure Insensitive Optical Systems for Digital Aerial Imaging." Okay. Okay, so I posted in side chat. It says in this design, we preferred passive optical athermalization. The effect of pressure comes when relative refractive indices change due to air pressure. Actually, refractive indices of materials are defined relatively to air as a reference temperature and pressure. If it is said absolute refractive index, it means that reference air pressure is zero, vacuum. Relative and absolute refractive indices depend on each other as follows: n equals n observed equals n relative versus n absolute. This means that when the materials are put in low pressure environment, the relative refractive indices increase. Since absolute index is constant and low pressure means low relative index of air. This causes increase the refractive power of the system and therefore also causes defocus. Plus, there's also, which is further in this paper, there's lens deformation. So the lens changes its geometry because of the low temperature. Sometimes it's called as negative 50C, right? So you'll have one temperature on one side of the lens and another temperature on the other side of the lens, which also changes the refractive properties of the lens. So this isn't as straightforward. You can't just send up a fucking GoPro.
well, I am a hobby machinist, so I could actually make a nice little pressure capsule that kept the GoPro at 14.7 psi all the way up. So
what you should do is grid tests. Okay, you make a grid. You take pictures of the grid at different distances and check it for distortion. You do this at ground level. It's basically you're calibrating the camera, right? Use a calibration grid. And then when you actually take the image, you can overlay the calibration grid and see what it looks like.
That's good up to a point.
Yeah, it
Just like
is.
we were
It is
talking
good to a
about
point.
scaling the size. Just like we were talking about scaling the size of the lens, is you can't scale Fraunhofer diffraction. So there's near field and far field diffraction. And so when you get up and you're looking at something thousands upon thousands of miles away, it's nowhere near the same reference as if you're zoning your camera in with things within 10 feet or 100 feet.
Yeah.
It's
I
just not the same.
mean, if you, I guess you could take out a freaking billboard and fucking try to use that at like 100 yards.
No, bro, this is a very insightful comment that you made in the past. You'll probably remember it. Is that all of these artifacts start to take effect at the limits of the critical angles and the physics of light limitations. So, for example, here's one question for Jesse, which is why I was laughing earlier. Because he said, oh, you send up a rectilinear lens. So, Jesse, how does a rectilinear lens distribute distortion?
in such a way as to keep straight lines straight on the sensor.
Wrong. Why don't you go find out, dude, and come back with the right answer?
Does a rectilinear lens not cause straight lines to appear straight on the sensor?
Listen, I told you you're wrong. That's an insufficient answer. I know that's the cardboard box answer that a mere looking at a couple of stupid Google forums might tell you. But go to actual photography sites or photography references and find out how they actually distribute the distortion. That's what you need to do. When you actually find out the right answer, there's something very interesting going on with those types of lenses. But I'll help you out. It increases the Y variance over the x-axis as it goes away from the center.
Well, that is a way that causes straight lines to appear straight on the sensor, right?
Well, if you had two color fields, let's just say orange on top and green on the bottom, directly on the midline of the axis, towards the edges of the lens, the Y value increases, right? So the distortion would cause bleeding of one of the color fields to cross over into the other field. So it would look like a curved line. So rectilinear lenses actually add curve to the edges of the image if it's two distinct color fields, like the horizon would be.
What is a distinct color field?
Look, bro. Rectilinear lenses try to minimize barrel distortion at the cost of pincushion distortion.
So I Googled it, and the AI overview from Google says a rectilinear lens distributes distortion by keeping straight lines in a scene straight in the image, but it does so by significantly stretching and enlarging objects near the frame's edges. Is this correct, or is this?
There you go, brother. Yeah. That's a very narrow answer, but it's on there. And what it basically told you is that the edge, as you go towards the edge, the straight line gets bigger. And since it's getting bigger in a curved distribution, if it's two distinct color fields, it's going to look like a curved line.
Okay, what does two distinct color fields mean?
Okay, so like a giant square of red right next to a giant square of green.
So I could take a rectilinear lens and a red square next to a green square, and it would make them look curved? How would I test this? You're making an interesting claim that seems to counter what I'm reading, but I could be mistaken.
No, dude, you just read it. Read what you read again. Read what you read again.
A rectilinear lens distributes distortion by keeping straight lines in a scene straight in the image, but it does so by significantly stretching and enlarging objects near the frame's edges. It says it keeps straight.
Stretching the object near the frame's edge. So if the object is the line between two color fields and it's being stretched as it approaches the edges, that means it's going to be narrower in the center and wider at the edges. And if something's narrow in the center and wider at the edges in a curved distribution, what would that make on a piece of paper? Oh yeah, that's right, a curved line.
So how would I go about testing this?
Who cares, dude? Google said it, so it must be true.
No, you said it.
You're reinventing the wheel, Jesse.
You read it, dude. You just read it right off the You read it right off the internet, dude.
Yeah, but he immediately forgot about it.
But
Ask it gonna repeat.
Well, what the internet says is that it keeps straight lines straight.
It does for some of the frame. For some of the frame. For some of the frame, dude. Not the entire frame.
Yeah. Let me help Jesse out real quick. This is really important, Jesse. When it comes to an image, Okay, there are no objects. So when that thing said objects get larger as they approach the edges, there's no objects getting larger. It's the distinct points of light. Like an image is just millions and millions and millions of points of light. The imaging computers, imaging sensors, they don't see objects, they see points of light, dude.
So Jesse, here's the problem. I don't know how much you know about image formation. Now, the reason lenses have barrel distortion because of dispersion. Okay, they don't want the lens to have chromatic aberration, so they need to converge the colors together on the sensor. This limits the geometry of the lens design, so that design is always going to have some sort of barrel distortion. Now you can change the geometry and make it a little more convex and add layers of glass of varying refractive index and make rectilinear lenses, but you still have the chromatic aberration problem, which you were going to solve by distorting the image at the edges, like in a rectilinear lens. Part of the image, all the lines will be straight. So if you took a photograph of a fucking a grid with grid squares, in the center, it would all those lines would be perfectly straight, but they become more and more distorted as you go toward the edges. They're not going to be distorted like barrel distortion. They'll be distorted like pincushion distortion.
Well, what if I outfit my camera with a pinhole lens? That would be truly rectilinear, right? That would always render straight lines as straight, right?
A pinhole?
Yeah, just a pinhole.
I mean, good luck. You might not be able to collect enough light, but you could try. Will a pinhole camera make a? I mean, you could use a mirror, which is
Dude, you
why
could
we
do
have
camera
reflector
obscura.
telescope. Yeah, that's what he's talking, pinhole. Yeah, you could do the camera obscura.
Dude, in case you don't know, Jesse, a camera obscura when it first came out is basically you build a giant room, and then you have a wall on one side and you have the pinhole on the other side. And then you sit in that room for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours until your eyes adjust, until the light hits the pinhole just right. And then you have the image of the outside world cast on the wall, and then you paint it real quick.
Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad showed me how to make a portable camera obscura with a coffee can with tissue paper taped over one end and a nail hole in the other end, and then I'd run around the yard with a blanket over my head and the one end of the can, watching everything in front of me upside down on the tissue paper.
Right, so the moral of that story, Jesse, is when you're making your camera obscura room, the back wall, which is going to be the landing site for your image, before you put up the other walls, that wall looks like a white wall. But the image is there. So why is the image there, but you can't see it? Until you put the black walls and then you put the pinhole. The image was there before. It's the same light. No difference. Only thing you've done is built a box. So what changed?
The signal to noise ratio.
Yes, but more specifically, you've removed angles of light. You've limited the amount of light that can enter to specific angles and excluded other angles.
Yeah, I've removed the noise, the background noise. So
right, so every
That's one way to
optic
put it.
system has a every optic system has a physics task, right? And like Indy already told you, like all of these angular field of view optics, right? They have to distribute the distortion somehow. There's no such thing as distortion free, brother.
I never said there was. I fully recognize.
Well, no, you did. You did postulate that maybe camera obscura is the closest thing you could get to distortion free.
No, I didn't use the word distortion. I said rectilinear. I fully recognize that. I fully recognize that rectilinear lenses do distort by changing the size of things but the whole point of them is that
Oh,
the one.
they don't change size. No, dude, they don't change size of things, dude.
Okay, they changed the. They changed the magnification of things near the edges of the image.
Oh, it doesn't do that either, dude.
Isn't that what I just read? Let me
You're
go right.
talking second order language of what's actually physically happening, dude. So let me ask this question: if we already just discussed how the images are formed by removing angles, and now we have the lens where it's doing a good job in the main part of the lens, but as it goes out, things start to get bigger. But what's actually making them get bigger?
The ray paths taken by the light that get focused onto the image
Yeah,
plane.
they're distributed right. The same amount of rays are distributed over a larger sensor area. There you go.
In your camera obscura, the only way you're going to get straight lines is if the object you're taking a picture of is the size of the sensor or the size of the pinhole, because you're always going to have now you're maximizing perspective distortion. So you're going to be projecting your pinhole on some wall. And the proportions of that image is going to depend how close that wall is to the pinhole itself. Whether the wall's orientation. But the point, I mean, I think it's more important to talk about high altitude photographs have problems with the camera if the camera isn't designed for that. If you look at the U.S. Geological Survey, so they contract to take high altitude aerial photogrammetry images. They have strict specifications on the types of camera that can be used to do this. All of them have to be sealed. All of them have to have registered metric cameras, meaning they've all been calibrated, and they're double images. They're all stereographic, and the stereographic have what do they call them? Fiducial marks on them. On each camera has fiducial marks on each image that's taken, and they line up the fiducial marks and all the geometry is done so that they know that they're creating an actual geometrically accurate image. The fact that they can take planar images, have fiducial marks and line them up and have them being geometrically accurate is evidence that the Earth's not a globe, because eventually they wouldn't be able to line up. They should start diverging. If you flew a straight path and took a bunch of photographs.
Actually, that's an interesting argument. Have you actually looked in to see what they do to make them line up?
I mean, I haven't looked at this stuff since like 2018. I'd have to go back into my little archives I got of bullshit. No, what do? They just take each image, right? And like there'll be say you have a left and right. They'll have a top right and bottom right on the left image, and then you overlap the right image. The fiducial mark is basically a plus sign. So you overlap the plus signs at the edge of each image, and that creates a whole image that is geometrically accurate. It's supposed to be. Now, back in the day, before I knew about any of this, I actually made a computer for a company to specifically deal with images, because they were dealing with the images were something like now we've got to remember this is back in 2000 or whatever, and they wanted to look at 12,000 by 12,000 pixel freaking photographs that they took with their airplane, but they couldn't make. They had no idea how to make a computer that would be able to actually look at them, but they wanted to look at them stereoscopically, right, through stereoscopic glasses. So I had to make a hardware solution for them, which I ended up doing. Thanks to the fact you can daisy chain freaking ATI 9500 Pros, you can daisy chain 256 of them. So, which I didn't do 256 of them. Anyway, the point is that, you know, send them a fucking GoPro and a goddamn $2 core you got at Walmart ain't cutting it. Because the inconsistency, you have to admit that the imagery taken by high altitude balloons, rockets, whatever, they're inconsistent with each other. Right? You got Felix Baumgartner's, you got Dwayne Kellum's, you got the little piggy frickin' balloon rocket. You got all sorts of rockets and balloons that have gone up, you know, below the Kármán line, and some curves, some don't show curve, some show a lot of curve, some show convex. Like, it's all sorts of different results. So, and then if you do, okay, you take that, hey, this is what it looks like. You always have to go to, well, is this what the globe geometry predicts? Does this look like what the globe predicts it would look like? And invariably, that's a big negative. It's either too curvy or not curvy enough. Yeah, you might. You probably would. Dude, did you read what I posted? It causes defocus. Defocus. I'll post the other thing. God damn it.
But
it doesn't mean unfocused. The defocused is a specific term in cameras. It's not unfocused. Cause defocus, which means the image that's projected onto the lens isn't projected evenly. It's projected as a ball. It's called Petzl curvature. I'll give you a link to that.
So, if I say the same GoPro that Dwayne Kellum used with the same rectilinear lens and put it in my vacuum chamber looking at a straight line and then pump the vacuum, would that line then start to curve in the GoPro
How are you going to get it down to negative 50 degrees, Jesse? It's not just the pressure, it's the temperature.
I don't even think that the GoPro's battery would work at that temperature. I think he had it insulated.
Yeah, they stick them up in a cooler. So then you got that problem where part of the camera is warmer than the other part of the camera. I don't know, you ever make coffee in a coffee pot? You ever take the coffee pot real hot and then like put cold water in it and it shatters? That's only like a 70-degree temperature difference. You're talking freaking 170-degree temperature difference. Anyway, hold on a sec. Never mind. So this is from an astronomy website. It's called field curvature. It'll create a Bowler and meniscus effect. Now, I don't know. Just do it, Jesse. Go see. I don't think it'll be dispositive evidence. I don't think it's going to prove anything. I don't think just simply taking a photograph of something proves anything.
Well,
there'll be evidence for or evidence against, but it ain't going to prove anything.
Right, but evidence is what I'm interested in.
Well, it'll be a piece of evidence that if you stick a rectilinear lens up in the air, it does something. But I was muted when I said it, so no one heard me. I said, Why don't they use rectilinear lenses in any scientific endeavor? I've read hundreds, if not thousands, of peer-reviewed papers on all sorts of shit to deal with optics. They've never had a rectilinear lens in their toolkit. And to me, there must be, just thinking about it, there must be a reason for that they're not using them for any type of scientific analysis. I haven't really looked into rectilinear. I know what they've claimed what they do, but I've never looked into them in any detail. Like how they're actually designed, what they're doing. I don't, just GoPros as cameras, I think they're trash cameras. I don't think they take geometrically accurate images in the first place, and I don't think they were ever made to. GoPros were made as an action cam to create videos that seem exciting and compelling. And I think they distort images. I don't think, and that this is irrespective of flat Earth or anything. I just think GoPro cameras are shit cameras that are overpriced. I don't think they take a fucking GoPro to the moon, but making sandwiches. What the fuck am I still doing awake?
Oh, that's right. It must be late there.
Yeah, it's like one
It's
something.
1:35, man.
I mean, I technically don't need sleep, but good to have.
Well, it needs you even if you don't need it.
Dude, I'm cleaning my perfectly maintained work vehicle.
Perfectly. Then how? Why do you have to clean it then?
That's a secret.
Oh my god. What was her name?
Dude, this is the end of a rush job, you know, when you had to pull everything out in a hurry and now you gotta reconstitute everything back where it goes, sort of.
Are we talking about the same thing?
Perhaps.
Oh my god, I could write a book about that one. God, I wish this was like a not a public chat. I have some confessions to make.
Dude, the sooner I get this clean, the sooner those Big Macs are in my mouth.
Dude, man, don't, man. Fant over here starving.
I'll send him the audio clip.
What would you do if McDonald's started serving fried rice? Would you still go there?
I'd tell him, can you put Mac sauce on it?
Don't they have some new burger or something?
I don't know if they have anything new. Those Krispy Kreme had the Artemis donut.
I've never been to a Krispy Kreme.
Dude, they got a light, and when the light says fresh, it means the donuts just came out of the big conveyor belt, and they're hot and warm and gooey.
Yeah,
and
that's what I
dripping.
want.
Yeah, dude, you got to go check that out.
Yeah, I've never.
Like
I don't even.
if you don't get them fresh, they're just like normal, nothing.
There are no active Krispy Kreme locations in Boston or the state of Massachusetts. Or
Well, that's because
bullcrap.
dude, that's because too many police officers were having spontaneous outbursts of ecstasy.
why not just open the donut shop right in the police station? Why even waste your time? This is like the dumbest place to do an armed robbery. There was a Dunkin' Donuts, it's gone now because of COVID, but there was a Dunkin' Donuts in Cambridge, man. The cops were in there all the time. Like, this would be the dumbest place to arm rob. There's literally 2 cops in here 24 hours a day, just like switching out. We had our donuts and coffee next, and some other cops would pull up. No, GoPros are not Apple for the action camera. Apple's actually a pretty good computer. GoPros are junk for a fucking camera. Yeah, they're not reputable. There's just a fad. I want an action camera. I want to get a GoPro. Yeah, get a hula hoop and a pet rock while you're at it. Maybe Cabbage Patch Kid.
Bro, what's up? What's up, man? What you doing?
Mm. You want a snake?
Sounds like you're eating. It sounds like you're eating a Snickers bar.
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah, put it through the Wonka vision so I can have it.
Yo, here, bro. Nah, that's food. How about that, bro?
Yeah. Are you worried that you're going to accidentally become a flat earther by hanging out in this chat?
No, no, not at all.
Like I said.
What's that?
I think
Who the
he's
hell
just
was hot miking? Was that Fanta? Fanta, right?
I'm pretty sure I muted him.
AI was too.
Oh yeah, if you guys aren't going to talk about flat Earth, you have to listen to me do a receipt.
It's interesting how the noise suppression makes things that isn't actually voice sound like short bits of voice because it detects them as voice and then plays them through. So all we hear is what sounds like little bits of voice.
Yeah, it is weird how it does it because like I can run my chop saw and you can't hear it, but if I run my vibrating saw, you hear it. What's a word for retrieval that starts with P?
Starts with what? Sorry.
P.
P is in Paul or E is in Echo?
Extract.
Yes. Procuring. There you go, bro. Procure. Or my line item for turning in this receipt, I'm putting magnet poo pipe pieces procurement. Procedure. Parts. There you go. Perfect. So poo pipe pieces procuring procedure parts. Oh man, that's a great line item. $15.
Hello.
Hello.
Anyone here?
Oh yeah, we here, brother.
Yeah, this is first one to use this app to me.
Oh, your first time
Is
using
it?
Discord?
Yes, first time for me to use this app.
All right, Jesse, you're up.
I download this app. Yeah, I download this app honestly to enhance my level in English. Now, me intermediate level, and I wanna be fluent, but I don't know how I should do that. Or am me in the right place or not?
Well, this is kind of an advanced chat, so a lot of people here already are pretty fluent in English, but there's plenty of more learning channels. You're welcome to try here. No worries with that.
Are you from America?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, America in war with Iran. It's near to us.
Yep.
This war
Oh,
near
you're near Iran?
it's conflict area. It's conflict area. Yeah. It's
Gotcha.
full with wars, with conflict. Yeah. If you wanna discuss that, we can discuss that. But if you don't, okay, there is no problem.
Hey, hello.
What's
Yeah,
up?
you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have weak connection with internet. Was
I can hear you loud and clear.
yeah, okay. I wanna talk about war between Iran and Israel and America. If you wanna do that, I can. Is this the right place, or you wanna talk about that? I can talk about that. This is an interesting topic to me.
Hey, Max.
Me, 100%. You're talking to me.
Who are you?
Me? From Egypt. You can hear me? You can.
We can hear you just fine.
Yeah, okay. I think the America begins this war, it's dangerous war, and all the area and all the countries in this area. Sorry, you can hear me now? Okay.
Nah, brother, I think a lot of us
Okay,
are
you can hear me
tired.
now?
Yeah, we hear you just fine, bro. I think
I
most
think.
people here are tired though, because a lot of us are on the Eastern time frame. So it's like 2:16 in the morning for me.
Now it's time
But we
for
got
you in
guys.
America now.
Yeah. We got guys from all over though. Let's
Now
see who else
we
is
are
in
in
this
Egypt
call.
here. It's 8 a.m. It's 8. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. 17.
Okay, yeah.
We are in the
Okay, yeah.
morning now.
So, okay.
I think it's now. I'm wanna talk. I wanna talk about war between America and Israel and Iran. You know, this is. I think
Yeah, you know
the
that.
war
Oh, go ahead. Go
in
ahead.
this decade. It's dangerous war. I think yesterday Iran destroyed two plane in America. It's called M100 MC 130 or something like that. I'm not sure about the name, but I think that America saved his soldier in Iran. She was has one soldier. He was there. Yeah. Hello. Hello. You can hear me? Hello. Anyone? Are you still here? Oh, fucking hell.
Bro, I'm doing some work. I can't really talk too much.
To have work for that, you can search for much. أنا driver. So, that
Oh, that's cold.
You know your lights are on, right? Okay, okay.
Oh, thanks. Let's see. I would like the buy one get one double cheeseburger,
Okay,
and then I'd like extra pickles,
okay,
and also adding mac sauce on them.
okay.
And don't forget to make sure you account for the curvature of the earth. So the
Sorry?
don't forget to account for the curve of the earth. So these buns are perfect.
I don't understand.
Nah, no worries. I'm just teasing. No, that's all I need. Just that.
That's it. For
All right, sounds like a deal.
56.
Man, he didn't.
That is cool.
All right, so there's 6. I got a bunch of chat. See what I got. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Oh, was
Oh,
it
you gave me
686? I gave you 7.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Let me know, okay?
All right, thanks. I guess a 5 and 2 ones is 7 after all. Get up 2 of them. I messed up. All right, that's better.
All set.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
I didn't understand. So this burger is not properly calibrated for the globe Earth.
They didn't count for curvature.
It's a very flat burger, bro.
You're hot making, bro. We heard you tell her. Don't forget to count for the curvature.
That burger could be curved at 8 inches per mile squared, and you might not realize it, though.
Nice.
Hey, Jesse, have you ever just thought that maybe the Earth is actually 1/6 larger?
No, I don't think
Why not?
that's where the evidence points. Well, because
Well, then how
I
come? How come? Whenever they have these observations, they always tell me that the radius is 7/6.
I would actually love to discuss that with you, but my dinner just came hot out of the microwave, so I am gonna wish you all an excellent night and check off for the evening.
Yeah,
And let's
well, he's
discuss.
on his way out.
Yeah, let's.
7/6 R is a function of increasing the radius to lower the sagittite to assume a straight ray distance and basically excuse away observations that supersede globe geometry. Classic Glover maneuver. And then, of course, they have to run away and eat dinner at 2 o'clock at 2:43 in the morning.
Yeah, where is he at? Where is he where it's dinner time? I guess it could be a night shifter. Well, guys, I tried to get a convo going, but instead Jesse had to make up a story that it's dinner time. Oh man.
Ah!
Hello? Hello? Is there anyone here? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Say one line, bro. Say one line. Say one line, bro. Say one line. Yeah, alright.
guys.
Hello,
How are you doing, guys?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah. So, what are you doing right now? You all?
Yeah, just chatting.
Oh, like everyone is quiet. I don't think so. Like in chat or something.
Um, do you
Okay,
think
bye
the
then.
Earth? Huh?
Sorry,
Do
I
you
said
think the
like
Earth?
you all are.
We all are what?
You all are like quiet and no talking.
Yeah, I don't really know. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Earth is flat? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. No, I think I have some network issue. Maybe
Sorry, what do you mean?
I have some like network issue.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hello? I think the world is flat.
Hello. So, are you flat earthers gonna talk? Hmm? Yeah, sure.
Hello? Hello? Is the Earth spherical? Shekhinnik is